Demon Slayer. It's gonna be a lot of Demon Slayer. You know it's gonna be a lot of €10 smiling. Please, Tanjiro, get off my screen. You know it's gonna be. So anyway, hello everyone. What a great day. Of course, we're gonna roast the 19 Crunchyroll nomination, right? As they are always pretty bad. And they're also incredibly predictable. So last year I did the same thing, I didn't blow for that. And I managed to basically predict everything. And I think the most obvious thing, right, this year is going to be so much Demon Slayer, right? It's going to be incredibly much Demon Slayer. So we're going to go through the list, right? How this thing, I'm going through the anime year and so on. But first I want to make some obvious predictions. So Demon Slayer, and more Demon Slayer. And I'll talk a little bit about that, right? And I would say, otherwise, the most obvious thing to me is that it's gonna be Arubaru, Savage Garden Season, right? Arubaru Kumetsu is obviously gonna be in it. Let me explain why. So, first of all, let's start with Demon Slayer. Let's start with Demon Slayer, Tanjiro, Nezuko, right? Demon Slayer, of course, is absurdly popular this year, and it's obviously going to win the actual vote for that matter, right? I am sure Demon Slayer is going to be Anime of the Year, Best Protagonist, Best Girl, Best Boy, right? It's going to be like Nezuko Best Girl and Kana Best Girl. It's going to be Tanjiro Best Boy, right? It's going to be like Zenitsu Best Boy. It's going to be like freaking so much Demon Slayer, and it's easily going to win, right? That's the most obvious thing. Then, and here comes the kicker, right? So as I perfectly guessed last year, and it really irritated me, we're going to have Arubaru for Anime of the Year because Crunchyroll has to make it political, and it's always like that, right? So as I explained last year, in Zombieland Sega, right? Obviously Saki is best girl. So I wouldn't buy this thing, right? Saki is clearly best girl, and in Zombieland Sega, as I guessed it, I guessed it way before I got into this, right? Lily, because Lily has a dick, right? She will hire best girl than Saki and Sakura and Legendary Time and so on. And that's just how Crunchyroll rolls, right? How they roll, a good joke, yeah. So they always pick, what is the, the PK, the Social Justice Warrior, whatever you call it, right? That's how they do it, far left, whatever you want to call it, that's how they go, right? So I bet you like, okay, seriously, the first person to comment on this video is going to get $1,000 from me. I mean, $1,000 if Savage Girls, if Arubaru is not in Anime of the Year. I cannot not see Savage Girls not being in Anime of the Year because, okay, so again, I actually like the anime. I love the anime a lot because it's my top 10 video below for that, right? And I like the anime a lot, yeah. I like the anime. I love it. So it's a great anime. It's a good anime. It has really good female, characters and so on, right? And that is just their wheelhouse, right? Because even if it had bad female characters with that premise, they would pick it, right, as like a high nominated anime. So it's a good anime with focus on female characters. It's absolutely going to be their favorite anime this year. I am 100% sure on that. I am so sure that I will absolutely give $1,000 to anyone on the first comment if I am wrong. But I am so dead sure on this thing. And I promise you, I have not checked the list. I do the thumbnail before I look at the list, right? I know this will be, Arubaru is going to be the Karen Tuesday, also extremely likely so on, right? But Arubaru, again, is I want to spoil my top 10 video if you haven't seen it, but I love Savage Girls. It's one of my absolute favorite anime this year. So it's a great anime, and it fits the narrative. So it's obviously gonna be in Anime of the Year. I bet you $1,000. And for a Lily matter, right? I like, traps. I'm just throwing up. This is my freaking, this is my mouse pad. I have a problem with Lily, right? But again, it shows how they work, right? They threw away Saki because they were like, no Saki because she's intense. It's no dick, right? It's no dick, right? So. That's how they kind of act, right? And with Demon Slayer then, let's talk about Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is a good anime. I like Demon Slayer. Again, you can see my top 10 video. I have it in my top 10. I'm going to spoil what position, but I think Demon Slayer is a good anime. But at the same time, it is not the second coming of Christ, right? As people want to make it, right? I think in particular, I'll talk about this more in the video, why Demon Slayer for me isn't, I would say it here, it's not the best anime in my opinion this year, but it's a good anime this year, it's in top 10. Because all the damn backstories. And I'm a One Piece fan, right? I'm a Michael Demon fan. I like the backstories, but when you get into Demon Slayer, it's like, every character has the exact same Like, oh, I'm dying. Here's my sad backstory. It's very formulaic, and every character appearance, even in the manga, I haven't read the manga, but people are telling me that the manga has exact same formula afterwards, and you know what that is. And then, of course, other characters that should be in like the best girl and so on, or were like, and she lost to Nesco, I think, or Canon to that. It's like character Hibiki and so on, right? So I want to show it out here. I just got this in the mail, so we're gonna do a very quick unboxing here. And before I should have brought a knife. Should have brought a knife. Why do we use any roasting rice? There we go. So here is this year's best girl, the real best girl of the year. But she's not, you know, she's very popular. But I feel that there's no way they're gonna have this anime for best girl because she's too sexy, right? So here is this year's best girl. Let me throw it out here. Let me get it into the right direction. Oh, it's a cool rubber even. There we go, right there. Just right in the middle. There we go. This is this year's, clearly this year's best girl. There we go. Yes, yes. So of course Hibiki, right? She's like the definition of a best girl. I think Hibiki is like the best girl in my opinion. She's really owning her own anime, amazing female character and so on, right? And that's the best girl to me. And I think that's the best girl. People are gonna love Nesco. Nesco's winning anyway. Here for that matter, just for argument's sake, right? Another, you know, amazing best girl. Yeah, another amazing best girl. All got in the same. But yeah, got it also in last week here. But yeah, those are gonna read best girls, right? But anyway, let's start the video, so to speak. Let's get into it. So I'm gonna guess then what I think would be per category. I have not checked it out before. Swear on my Scouts honor. I actually wasn't in the Scouts for a while, but yeah. I have not checked it out, but and I'm gonna guess what is gonna be in there. I'm gonna tell you what I want to see there, right? What I wanna see there and what I think is gonna be there. Yes. Haru, okay, that's a good point. I don't think Beastar's gonna be it at all. I don't think Beastar will be in this. So I didn't tell them before. I think Beastar's gonna be completely out of it because last year they had Kakaguri for the nomination, even though it aired 2 years ago. So I think that because they have this weird translation Netflix thing, they're gonna argue and say that Beastar actually aired this year, even though it airs this. Even though it's airing, you know, last year. That is probably how Crunchyroll sees it, given to how they did last time. That would be my guess, honestly. So I don't think Beastars should be it at all. So I can't guess that. But so no Haru, no Legacy, no Luis, and so on, right? So anyway, anime of the year. They're probably gonna be a lot of funny jokes, yeah. But anyway, anime of the year is very predictable. So my number one anime of the year for their choice is again Arabara. I like Arabara again. One of my absolute favorite anime this year. So it fits the narrative of the, you know, the Crunchyroll narrative. So it absolutely will be here. I bet you mind that I mentioned earlier. Demon Slayer, obviously it's gonna be everywhere. Demon Slayer. Carol on Tuesday, probably. Carol on Tuesday is probably gonna be an anime of the year. I think I'm gonna freaking nail this thing here. And I think that Promised Neverland, I haven't mentioned it yet. Promised Neverland also fits the narration, right? It's like Auntie eating food, you know, eating meat, right? It's like, you know, vegetarian anime. Has a female main character, Emma, which I like Emma, and it's one of my absolute favorite animes this year. So Promised Neverland is also going to be in the list, anime of the year, because this also fits the narrative. Dr. Stone, maybe? But yeah, I mean, I love Arabaru, and they absolutely love Arabaru. I think about Crunchyroll, they love Arabaru even more than I do, right? so they're gonna have Arabaru. What I would like to see them, personally, is Arabaru again. It's my number one this year, basically, right? See in top 10 video. I would love to Stone. I think it's an incredibly intelligent anime. I would love to see Kaguya-sama, which I think is the best comedy last year. Kaguya-sama, I think, should definitely be in it. Oh, it's my Kaguya-sama t-shirt, you know. I want to see how cute anime, yeah. I want to see, you know, a cute anime. That might be there, I think either Kaguya or Shiko, both of them, is probably in best girl, right? Promised Neverland I want to see. Stone I want to see. I kinda, you know, I have a massive love for Cautious Hero, right? Yeah, and I have a new t-shirt coming, like this Aqua one, but with Restart instead. So that's probably, I don't hate that anime, but it might be there. They're probably gonna have, like, you know, maybe Vinland Saga. I think they're gonna skip out on Beastars. I can see Vinland Saga being there, maybe. Okay, let's look at it. So, end of the year first, kind of anticlimactic, but here we go. Karen Tuesday, of course, fits the narrative. I think it's a horrible choice, but let's feature list first. Demon Slayer must all be. Oh, Mob Psycho! I forgot about Mob Psycho. So Mob Psycho was my number 2 this year. I love Mob Psycho. I was my number 1 almost. I almost like it more than Arabara. Yeah, Mob Psycho, an amazing season. I cried. Mob Psycho is so good. I even have freaking One Punch Man, shirt here to prove my love for Mob Psycho. Yeah, Mob Psycho, amazing anime. Of course, I don't have to buy any money here. Great, Maidens there, as I predicted, and I promise never in a second. It kind of like. Karen Tuesday, I think, is the absolute worst pick here. It really shouldn't be here. Demon Slayer is like the most predictable pick ever, right? And arguably, it shouldn't be here. I think that the other animes here are a lot better, except Karen Tuesday. The other ones I'm fine with. I'm fine with Mob. I think Mob was an amazing. Maidens, fine with Promised Neverland. Vinland Saga, oh, it's okay. So let's start with these two, the big ones then. So Demon Slayer, I think it's a lot better than Karen Tuesday. Don't get me wrong, Karen Tuesday for me here, it is way worse than the other 5. But I would argue Demon Slayer is somewhere a little, it's not as the quality of Mob Psycho, in my opinion, for example. Mob Psycho, I think it's a freaking masterwork. And I mean, I liked season 1 of Mob Psycho, and then I got into season 2, right? And the fire scene. Episode 1 made me cry of Mob Psycho. I want to spoil, have you seen it, right? But I assume you have seen most anime, so it's a minor spoiler, right? But in episode 1, immediately, when this bullied girl and they like to destroy her like writings, and Mob, I was trying to think, and Mob helps her, rebuild her like her writing, like that is because that immediately, like that made me cry. Episode 1 made me cry. I've been kind of thinking about, oh my god, I love that episode so much, Mob Psycho, and then the scene where he's like, I know you're a nice guy, Sensei. Where he's like, with Ray, and he's like, I know you're a nice guy deep down, genuinely a nice guy. That moment, right? And of course the fire moment and the general fights and so on. Oh yeah, Mob Psycho, I think is it is an amazing anime. It is truly an amazing anime. And again, right, compared it to Demon Slayer for me, top 10 anime, but Mob Psycho is like 20 out of 10 anime. I think it's way better. I think it's fair to say, in my opinion at least. Demon Slayer, in that sense for me, right, Demon Slayer is overhyped because while it's a great anime, it is not, for me at least, that like amazing anime last year, like Mob Psycho was. And Arabaro, as I mentioned, I'll talk about it soon here, but I think that's also like the top one there. But Demon Slayer then, obviously from a visual standpoint, I think it's the best anime. From a purely art visual standpoint, it should win, right? I think that's fair. And I think they're gonna have another category further down, which is gonna be like, best art or best visualization or something like that. And they should definitely win that. Maybe Mob Psycho win that too, but I think Demon Slayer should win that. That's fine. That's absolutely fair. Objectively, it's the best looking art anime from like a technical standpoint. It is absolutely winning, right? So I think that's fine, absolutely. But I think it has the problem with weak antagonists, right? Even though I liked Rin, even though I liked like a Doflamingo, kind of like a powers and so on, but it's just kind of weak, right? It's kind of, you don't really care about the bad guys in Demon Slayer as you do in like other animes. And like for example, Mob Psycho, only 12 episodes, so together there's equally amount of episodes of Mob Psycho and Demon Slayer. 26 for like two seasons, right? And Mob Psycho's bad guy, I don't really care about him that much, but he's a lot more developed than the bad guys in Demon Slayer, right? A lot more. And you really like, man, you have some other bad guys with, you can feel sympathy with them, you understand why they're evil, then they have redemption. It's much better written when it comes to the antagonist. And that's for me, in my opinion at least, Demon Slayer's big fault, right? The kind of mediocre antagonist. At least from like a story perspective, right? I know they have the big baddie, right? They have the big baddie, of course, but the heads are facing, they look really cool, they fight really cool, but their backstories are kind of like, I kind of like the Spider. The Spiders I think was really good though. The other ones I really didn't care about, honestly. But now then, Karen Tuesday. See, Karen Tuesday is what I think. Karen Tuesday is one of the reasons why people hate Crunchyroll, right? Or kind of hate the Crunchyroll nominations because again, Arabaro, an amazing anime. It's very fitting for the narration of the the left justice warrior, whatever you call it, right? It fits that narration, girls experiencing and so on, right? But it's a freaking masterpiece. Arabaro is a masterpiece. But Karen Tuesday, which is kind of similar genre, girls, character development, female main character and so on, but it's just pretty bad anime. So it's just like, if you compare these two animes, Karen Tuesday and Omeiden in your Savage Girls, girls wanna get laid and so on, yeah. It is just incredibly a much better anime than these two anime aren't even close. They aren't even in the same universe of quality. So the problem with Karen Tuesday, and I will say it immediately, it can be a spoil, whatever. I liked, Karen Tuesday. The first like 10 episodes, Terminator and so on, I liked it. One of my favorite animes of spring 19. But then we enter summer 19, and it's a really crappy anime. The second season, or the core season, is very, very weak. Very weak. Very, very weak. It's just like, okay, here is the exact same storyline again. They have this tournament arc, and they should be famous after that, but they go back to like square one again, and it made no effing sense. It was like a real Nani the F moment, where they just kind of reverted what they did the first 12 episodes for no reason. And there's so many plot points that are not developed in the anime, or they kind of started out plot points, then you just don't really like finish them. They have this bad character, right? Angela, she's probably gonna be in freaking top antagonist. They had Angela, which I actually liked. I liked her story a lot more than Karen Tuesday. Angela was a lot better character than Karen Tuesday, for that matter. But they never actually defeat her. They never even get the chance to fight her for real. In the end, she kind of just get sick herself or something. She kind of loses. That was the best storyline, but at the same time, it diminished the main character's journey of defeating her. Very similar to me for Megalobox, where whatever, Megalobox was last year, right? The Yuri versus Yo. In the last moment, the Yuri was like depowered himself. Really stupid. That made the last fight really inferior to having Yo actually defeat what he wanted to defeat. Very, very bad writing in the Megalobox, in my opinion. The Megalobox was great until the last 3 episodes, because that really made no sense. It really diffused this whole the whole situation. Is just disappear. This is stupid. Karen Tuesday is very, very similar. Honestly, I feel they're very, very similar. It didn't make any sense. And there's so many plot characters. Like, for example, the manager, he has a love interest, right? What's her name? Edna? Something like that. And she has a love interest. She appears in one episode, she's homeless or whatever. They help her out, and it's this moment, right? And then she's gone. And even though she was like kind of like living on the street, kinda, and they had to help her up, and she clearly is in love with him. And then she disappears and doesn't return again to the last episode, which everyone appears, whatever, right? Genki Adama moment, yeah. And it is really weird. There's so many characters that you feel are kind of in your life, but not really. And the whole evil Mama Trump scenario, which is the second coordinate, is completely pointless. It has no bearing whatsoever to the main storyline. It doesn't really have that, and it's just a lot of like political bullshit that has absolutely pointless. It's boring. It's really, I feel it's boring. Like, it's mundane, boring, incredibly, predictable Trump storyline, which is exactly like, Mama Evil Trump, as I call her, Evil Mama Trump, and it's the exact same personality, but deep down, there's a heart, right? So deep down, she's gonna change her mind, and it's so damn obvious, so damn predictable. The writing is really subpar, and this whole like evil scenario of her like chieftain, the mom has a freaking evil. It's like her, Mike Pence, right? But he's like even more evil, and he's like committing acts against himself, false flagging, and it's so stupid. And nothing of that really makes any value for the part of Karen Tuesday. It is just incredibly bad encore. The second core after the tournament arc on Tuesday, the anime goes from like a 9 out of 10 anime to like a 4 out of 10 anime. And you just feel disappointed. And I feel obviously shouldn't be here at all. It's only here because there's 2 female main characters, and it's about female girls that finding their father and so on, right? It's purely here because of agenda driven. It's horrible. Where this anime is amazing. Omeiden in your service season that's a proper good female main characters. Okay, so let's be happy again. Omeiden or Arabaru, amazing anime. It's about 5 teenage girls that are trying, to discover and grow up as women and so on, and becoming more mature, trying to get boyfriends and maybe even a girlfriend. And it's just this amazing writing. Of course, the train scene. I read at the train scene, episode 1. You know that this is gonna be a great anime, and the whole is like it will never fit. It's on a bridge, and it's like a train passing into a tunnel. And it's like, oh no, I could never do that. And it's all these like great moments, detailed moments, and every female character is very unique. They have different personalities, different takes on life, right? Different kind of characters. Like, for example, we have one, my favorite, which of course is the president. And she's kind of like, first she hates boys, right? Then she has this nice boy in her class that always keeps protecting her, always like, throw some nice words to her. And he's like, yeah, I think she's kind of cute. And he's always trying to help her out, but she gets bullied. And then eventually she's gonna be the first one to go from hating boys to be like, oh, he's kind of, I like boys and this. So it's incredible. It's really cute. And on the same time has really like grown-up topics, right? They have this like weird theater guy that's very disgusting. Nina's, first love, which is really disgusting, right? We have the sensei storyline, and it has a lot of great moments, right? And you see the general basic romance too is very cute. The typical girl next door, and it's like she's in love with her best friend slash boyfriend slash first friend, and you kind of have these like moments when they were kids that she's always like, oh, he always like nice for me, and it's an incredibly well written anime, and every damn character feels alive, they feel realistic, they have actual emotions, they have of course everything is overplayed, right, for comedy and so on to some degree, but at the same time though it's like the best character development anime in 2 episodes. I think it's the best anime this year. From a writing standpoint, I think it's the best anime easily. From just purely writing standpoint, it's the best anime this year. Absolutely should see. If you see it, absolutely see it. Amazing anime. It deserves to win this category, in my opinion. I probably think this one of Mob Psycho would be my winner, right? But I think obviously Demon Slayer is gonna win, but I would argue for this anime. Promised Neverland, also as I mentioned earlier, Emma, female young main character. You see a trend here? I'm just throwing it out, but come on, you know how Crunchyroll is. I knew it would be here. Great anime, hard talking about spoiling it, but it's about, of course, children that are gonna be eaten right by monsters and have to, escape this orphanage. It's actually like a farm to eat humans, and it's a very well written. I would say the best horror suspension anime in like years. There's this genre. There's very few animes, so not much competition, but easily the best one. And it's a very good suspension anime. It's hard to talk about without spoiling it, but I do think it's very good. But I also, again, unfortunately, I couldn't predict it couldn't be here because Emma, which is a great female, she's a great female character. But clearly, Emma and the bad guys are 2 females, so right. It's just very. I'm sorry, but it's just very Crunchyroll. It's so predictable. And Emma is obviously going to be in the best girl category, and also probably best protagonist. I think Emma is easily going to be, in the best girls. So it's kind of how they roll, right? What can I say more about Vinland Saga? I love Ray. It's my favorite character. I love Ray. I'm like, yeah, Ray is the best character. I'll throw that out. It's very hard talking about spoiling it, so I will leave it at that. What I want to see here, I guess, is Kaguya-sama. I think it should be here in the list here. But anyway, Vinland Saga, the last one then. And of course, as a Viking, right, as a Viking, as I would say. Viking sounds weird. As a Swede, right, with long blonde hair and like a Viking beard, right? My father's even longer. My father's like this kind of beard, and he has also. My father's even longer hair than me, so, and it's bigger than me. God damn it! And as I said in earlier reaction today, in Risikoi, the main character in Risikoi, he's almost as tall as me, but he weighs half my weight. So he will come fast sometimes, but as a Viking, right? As a Viking så väger jag 130 kilo almost. So I'm almost weighing like 100 kilograms. That's Viking body, right? So my BMI, I'm like super obese, okay? You picture that? I mean, I'm big, right? But my Viking genes, like according to the BMI thing, and again, my father is the same body shape as me. He's muscular than me. It's like, I have like severe obesity. I'm like obesity 41 or something for my but this is all hard here. I'm saying. So that's the Viking body, right? You have long hair, you have beard, you have muscular. I'm like a real life Torkel, right? So Vinland Saga, very realistic historical drama anime, more than an action anime. I like it a lot. I think that Askeladd, of course, was carrying it, right? It's my top 10 videos here as well. Askeladd, or Ask means ash, of course. Same in, Swedish one. He's an amazing character. He really is carrying the anime, though. Really, he's carrying the anime. And it's kind of about like a young boy, has his father being murdered. Then he wants revenge, but it's kind of raised by the murderer, Askeladd, then, of course. And that is amazing. I think that dynamic is really good in that anime. Because Mama Bear, right? Mama Björn says me Björn Ösan, right? Like my old sensei's name was Björn, and Taido he was Björn, my master sensei there. Very common name in Swedish. Björn means bear, right? Very common name in Sweden. And Björn and Askelon are raising Thorfinn, even though they killed his father. So he hates them, but at the same time, you kind of like, we see potential in this boy, right? That was really good. That was amazing. I love that. I love that dynamic between those three characters. And I really keep calling him Mama Bear, because for me, Björn takes more the mother role, right? Askelon's more hands-on. He's like, get up, boy, and so, right? Björn is more like, can't you see fighting? Listen to me. He's kind of doing that, motherly, boy, do this thing. He's kind of trying to explain, exposition to what he should do, right? And Askelon is more hands-on, right? And it's very nice dynamic. Then, of course, Torkel is super masculine, typical Viking guy, appears like almost everyone. And Knut has a great character development, very good anime. Knut, and of course, that's the name for Canute, as I say in freaking English. Knut, as I said. Knut or Knud. Sometimes the king, of course, of Denmark, Danish. Dansk jävlar, but you know what I mean. So anyway, a great anime. I think it's one of the best animes. But if I could remove Karen Tuesday from this list, I would be immensely happy. How do I close it now? It's up here. Okay, bam. Okay, next anime. Best protagonist. Let's go on, right? I feel the anime should be later instead. It would be better. Anticlimactic having the biggest category first. But okay, Crunchyroll. I mean, am I the only one? I would have anime of the year should be the last category, right? Shouldn't it be? Whatever. Best protagonist. I think that you're gonna have Emma, because they love Promised Neverland. Cute female girl. I kind of would hope they have Arubaru, but I can't. Arubaru I can see they're not picking here, because Arubaru has like 5 different female main characters, and it's kind of back and forth who is the actual main character. You have one main character, so the anime probably won't be there. If you're gonna ask my personal opinion, which I hope you would ask, I would say that Seiya should win. Probably. I think the college hero, that is, well, I guess besides this, the main character is possible, but yeah. He's more antagonist, but I feel like Seiya should be somewhere here, right? Because he's carried the anime so massively. From an anime standpoint, I would almost kind of argue that, again, this year's best girl, Hibiki. I'll throw it in her in. Hibiki. I'll throw her in there again. I would argue that Hibiki is probably, arguably, the best girl this year in a way, because she's really, all the girls are great in Dumbbell, but Hibiki really carries her anime. It makes the anime wonderful, as with Seiya and so on, and it's like that. It's like, so focus on those characters. And Mob, of course. Mob should be there. Absolutely. Mob is probably going to be there too, for that matter. Mob, I think, is definitely going to be here, and I think he should be there. Legas, I could see. Legas B-Star. That's a very good protagonist. Very interesting writing. Very good protagonist. He should probably be there. Yoru. I could see Yoru being here. Also very well written. Harem subversion trope, but he probably won't be here because I don't think they like Oresuki. Probably not an anime for Crunchyroll. So, but I can see Yoru being there, in my personal opinion. I don't think they're gonna have like Eren and someone. Deku maybe. Oh yeah, one guy. That was good. My brain is falling there. Senku is gonna be here, and Senku should be here. Senku is an amazing character, really carrying Dr. Stone. Senku should be here. Right? He's obviously gonna be here too. I think he's gonna be here, and he should probably almost win. One of the best protagonists. What they're gonna have though is clearly Tanjiro. Absolute Tanjiro's gonna be here, right? You're gonna have Tanjiro. Demon Slayer is gonna be like every category. You're gonna have Tanjiro clearly, and in the antagonist probably Demon Slayer too. But we're gonna have Tanjiro clearly. Senku, I can see absolutely. Emma is gonna be there. That will be my three. The last three I think they're gonna have absolutely. Otherwise, I could see it being like Carol and or Tuesday again, right? Maybe one of the Savage Girls. But that's hard because they don't have that many like protagonists feel to them. I really hope they have like Legas or Beastar. I think Beastar's like next year for them. Anyway, let's go on there. Okay, there we go. Okay, Emma, obvious pick. Of course, Emma's gonna be there. I'm right. Hikimaru. Oh, okay. I don't mind it too much. Saitama, that's crap though. So that's gonna be on that. But thank you, I told you. Tanjiro, Demon Slayer. Wait, is Tanjiro in it? I was like, Tanjiro. Yeah, Tanjiro, of course, is gonna be in there. Tanjiro. Wait, Demon Slayer in it? Yeah, big surprise there. Demon Slayer. Honda. Okay. That's not. I like Fruit Basket too. It's like my number 11, 12 this year. And she is a great protagonist. I think they should really have like Restarte. She's really carrying her anime. Her reaction to Seiya. And Hibiki again should really probably be the two. Mob, much more than Saitama. Okay, so let's start with Emma. I like Emma. I think Emma is a well-written character, very intelligent, character development. I love her moment. She has to pretend not to be afraid of her mother and so on, Isabella. That's very good. Emma, from these characters, Emma probably should. I think Senku carries it more. Emma, I can think Senku carries it more. He carries his anime. His back hurts, right? Because he's really carrying that anime. He's carrying every damn stone on his body, that man. So he's really this. But Emma is a good character. Hikemaru, I think is a bad pick. I think it's a bad pick, honestly, because without trying to go in too much into Dororo, and again, I've seen every damn anime. You're gonna see I have no life for it. That's every damn anime. Dororo. First of all, I liked Dororo in the beginning, and then I felt it kind of ended stupidly. Really stupidly. The whole, why are they gonna die for no reason? I was so stupid. And then it separates and oh my god, the ending was horrible. But it was decent, and Mama, that was a great scene. Hikemaru has some really good points, but at the same time, isn't like Dororo the protagonist? Like, already from that standpoint, I'm like, I guess Hikemaru is the protagonist, but I feel he kind of shares that with Dororo, right? And you can see it from Dororo's perspective. So arguably, I think from like a writing standpoint, from like a narrational standpoint, Hikemaru isn't even the protagonist. He isn't. Dororo is the protagonist that is viewing Hikemaru's life. But there are some views there from Hikemaru as well, though. But I could argue and say that I don't even think Hikemaru counts for a protagonist, in my opinion. And it's kind of like the anime has some really good moments, and then we kind of started failing around the shark thing and the moth thing that got burned in like 1 second. It has some great premise in the beginning, and then it definitely falter in my opinion. I'll talk about more in my older video. But it has some good moments too, right? So I don't hate the anime. I feel like it's just not the best anime. I think there are a lot of better animes, and I think there are protagonists that are carrying their anime a lot more than Hikemaru. I guess in a way I'm kind of looking for animes for the best protagonist. It's kind of like an anime, in my opinion, where the main character really carries the anime, right? And without the main character, the anime would falter. So like, out of bar sample, you could remove any of the 5 girls, and it would still be a good anime. So that's why the anime doesn't have like a good main protagonist, right? Because they're all equally kind of sharing the plot of having a great anime, where like the stone is all about Senku, right? So anyway, let's go down. Saitama, horrible pick. I think it's a shitty pick, and I say that having my freaking Saitama. I love this shirt, right? Because it's like one of those anime shirts you can have on the street. People won't punch you in the face. This is one of those anime shirts. I have it on, go to office with this stuff. I go to the work with stuff. I go on the train with this shirt, right? Because Saitama is so well known today in, especially in Western America and so on, that people won't bully you on the street if you have Saitama on it. This actually works. You can have this in the real life, and it works, right? So in that sense, Saitama is a great protagonist. He's accepted, right, by the casuals out there, right? The non-anime fans, right, so to speak. So that's great. But I think a problem here with One Punch Man. First, obviously, Season 2 is way worse than Season 1. Another problem is that he's just doing exactly what he did the first season. And what I love, and Season 1 is like one of the best animes ever, and I recommend One Punch Man Season 1 to a lot of people for actually the first anime. If you're into like more stuff and so on, the first anime you should watch. It's a really good anime, but Season 2 is the exact same thing. There's no character development really and so on, right? He's not really, and I mean, I'm gonna argue and say this thing because I like, David's Advocate. Is he really the protagonist of Season 2? I'll throw it that. Is Saitama, and again, I love Saitama, is he really the protagonist of Season 2? Or is it the demon, right? Or is it the new character that enters and takes over, right? If you haven't seen the season, I'm not gonna spoil too much here, but it's gonna be a new character named Big G, right? Starts on G, and he's kind of the actual protagonist. You actually have him trying to like kill Saitama and failing and so on. Like he's the actual protagonist and he's fighting the other hero, so on, right? So I would argue that the new monster guy, right, the new main, he's actually the protagonist in 2. I think I would argue for that, and I will step by that. I don't think Saitama is even the protagonist anymore. Not it's in 2. It's all about the new, hero hunter. Yeah, he's the protagonist because it's from his perspective, and that's the best episode in my opinion when he fights all the heroes in that shed. Very good episode. He's the protagonist. I think that's the fair thing to say. Saitama, a failure. Senku should win this, in my opinion. He's the best protagonist this year. I mean, if you look at it from a writing perspective, right, which I think is the fair thing to do with protagonist, without Senku, it wouldn't be an anime. Like the other characters, Kwaku, I love Kwaku, freaking best girl, and Chrome is cool and so on, right? But the other characters don't really matter that much in Dr. Stone. And I just actually bought a new shirt with Dr. Stone for that matter, coming. But anyway, with Senku. But yeah, Senku really carries this anime. His intelligence, the writing about him, and it's his emotional journey with his father and so on. It's spoiler, but very, that is the emotional part of the anime. It's his cunningness, his trickery and so on. He's a great main character because he's intelligent as a scientist, right? But he also can boil an egg. I think a problem usually with very intelligent cats, especially in Western a lot, is of course characters that they can build a mecha, but they can't boil an egg right. It's a common trope character which I hate. Because if you can build a mecha, you can probably boil that egg right. And Senku is a super genius in everything. He's also manipulative, cunning, he has emotions, he's cognitive, smart, everything, right? So he's like a very well written, intelligent character for once. Because it's very uncommon. And he really carries his anime on his shoulders, right? Purely him. Without him, I mean, you could literally replace, in my opinion, every other character with a stone, and they will still be a good anime. That's what he's doing it. Yeah, the other characters, there could be more of them and so on. He is the one. Everything centered around. He is the character. He is Dr. Stone, right? So I think, from a protagonist standpoint, he should easily win this. He should easily win. Then of course you have Tanjiro, the most obvious thing. I mean, I hope I have Tanjiro up here for reasons, right? He's probably gonna win. Tanjiro is gonna win. He is clearly the most popular main character, protagonist this season. Popularity doesn't mean it's good. But I mean, I don't dislike Tanjiro. I don't. Absolutely not. But I have to say this thing, right? This gives me like a similar vibe to Megalobox last year. Crunchyroll put out Megalobox in everything last year, which was really stupid. It didn't make any sense. It was everywhere. Megalobox, and I was like, come on, Megalobox, Jesus Christ. Demon Slayer at least is much better than Megalobox, so I feel it's an improvement, honestly. That is Demon Slayer everywhere instead of Megalobox. But, like, in a similar feeling, I get like, I mean, I like Megalobox, but it's not that good. And that's kind of how I feel with Demon Slayer. I like Demon Slayer, but it's not that good. It's kind of like, I like Demon Slayer, but is it really like best protagonist? Is Tanjiro really the character that's carrying Demon Slayer? I don't think he is. I think Tanjiro is a good character, but I feel Nezuko carries the anime more than him. I feel the general fights carry him. Yes, he is in the fights, but another character could do the fights. So I feel like, compared to Senku really carries. Senku really carries his anime. Picture, Tanjiro in the Spider Forest, and he's get injured, and instead we're following, the real best boy, right? Instead of following the real best boy, you know what I mean? And he would kill all the spiders instead. That would still be a great episode, probably. It would still be a pretty good episode, yeah, or an arc. So I don't know if Tanjiro truly is if without him, he obviously has to be there, but you could 50% his screen time and double the screen time of the other boys, right? Or Nezuko, or more Nezuko fights and so on. And people probably like it even more, I think. Yeah, double Nezuko screen time, Nezuko fights instead, it would be probably be even more popular. So I'm just throwing it out there. Is that truly, what's carrying Demon Slayer? His writing and personality and so on is not bad, but I don't think it's the main center. Again, compared to what I said about Senku. Senku truly is carrying the story. And last point then, Tora Honda, great character. Fruit Basket, of course, a remake of the older Fruit Basket, right? That was at least 2003, 2004, that's very old, right? Maybe a little less old than that, but something like that. And yeah, she's a very centric main character. Actually, I feel she's a good pick for this part here. She is, without her, everything centers around Honda, right? They're all Toru-san and so on, yeah, and her friends, Ushan, of course, best girl, is also about her and so on. So without Toru, it wouldn't be much of an anime. She really is the centrist character, and all the other Zodiac members and so on. They're really focusing on their relationship with her, right, all the time basically. So she definitely is carrying her anime on her shoulders for sure. I think that's a good pick. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna win, but I kind of like Toru Honda for one of the best female main characters. She probably is actually from from the same perspective as Senku. I think that she probably is the female best protagonist this year from just carrying the whole anime, probably because like. Well, I like Kaguya-sama more as an anime. I already started, I would say, to the start, I would say arguably is carrying her anime more than Honda is carrying her anime. I'll pause it, restart there, I would say. But anyway, let's go on. Let's close this one here, bam. So best antagonist, this is gonna be a crap list. Best antagonist is gonna be probably, best opening was absolutely nasty. I hate the best opening, I hate the best opening so much. No Black Clover so I hate the best opening. Oh god. I effing hate the best opening. Talk about that later. I hated it so much that I wanted to burn down some buildings. Yeah, best opening with no Black. Without no Black Clover thing. Yeah, without no freaking Black Clover right there. Without Black Rover, the most popular anime last year, 13 million views. But it's 20 million now and so on. And they didn't have that for best opening. That was the dumbest thing ever. Like Black Rover and like Howling. So they don't like shonen opens, right? But they had so many incredible shonen open, even like Hinamaru Sumo's like the fire opening from the first whatever opens later. But I just again hate that so much. Best antagonist though was also a pretty crappy list last year. So I remember last year they don't even know what an antagonist is, and I feel it's a problem people generally. Honestly, now people are pretty bad at understanding what's the final antagonist. So they usually have some character. There is a different antagonist in this list that's pretty common for Crunchyroll. If you have some characters you wouldn't even argue as an antagonist, it's like that's not an antagonist at all. That's probably gonna be here. But okay, what they're gonna have? Okay, I think they're gonna have Angela from Karen Tuesday, because Karen Tuesday they like for some reason, obviously because of agenda, but so they're gonna have her there because she's actually the best character in that anime. So that's like a fair point to have her, I suppose. So if you like Karen Tuesday, you will have Angela here. So it makes sense, right? Following the trend there. What are they gonna have more? Maybe the director of maybe the director in Arabaro, probably not his 2 hour screen time, but he's damn good antagonist. I kind of I would argue that Louise, of course, being antagonist for Legacy in Beastar is a great antagonist. But Beastar, I think they're completely ignoring Beastar, so it won't be here probably. But he would be a good antagonist. He's really pushing, the main character, and he's in the love triangle and so on. It's a great main character. I would argue, I think it's a fair point to target this thing, that Pansy, best girl in Orosuke, is the antagonist, right? Because she's the one that antagonizing Yori the most, right? Her or Sunshine, but I would say that she is the main antagonist. In the sense that even though she loves him, she keeps, stop pushing him and so on different stuff. So I would argue that Pounce is a good antagonist. Isabella from Mama, best mom, Isabella. She will definitely be here, right? From Promised Neverland, and she could probably win this. I would live with like Isabella winning. She's like a really good antagonist actually from Promised Neverland. She's probably my favorite antagonist. Think about it. Mother Isabella, yeah, she's definitely gonna be here, and I think she should win. From my standpoint, she should actually win. But obviously, it's gonna be a Demon Slayer antagonist again, right? And they're probably gonna win. But I think Isabella, that would be probably my pick. She's a very good antagonist. Maybe the Mob Psycho bad guys, yeah, like the main leader there, class leader. He could be there. President, yeah, he could be there. Beast Titan could be here. Beast Titan. That's a pretty good. I want to spoil it. I said Beast Titan. I read the manga. I know very well about things like that. Yeah, Beast Titan. SC, yeah, would be a great pick here. He's probably gonna be here. I'm thinking about it. I think it's a fair pick. He could win. Beast Titan. Which can more be in here? Last season didn't have any really good. Louis again, but not otherwise from that. Panzer. Well, okay, let's see. Isabella definitely is. Babylon. That's a pretty interesting pick. Okay. I mean, I could, yeah. Babylon's like a thriller, yeah. Babylon, interesting with I Megase. Yeah, Megase, because Babylon is like a thriller suspension anime, so she has that psychological bad guy, so that's pretty good. Angela, I mean, I called it, no brainer, Angela's gonna be there. Askelod, okay. Well, I guess he's the protagonist. He's already the entire protagonist, but okay, Askelod, he could probably win. I could live with that. He could probably win. Of course, Garou, but I don't agree with that. I mean, I mentioned Garou earlier. Garou, for one part, he's the protagonist. He's actually the protagonist. This is a way they don't understand writing right, the Crunchyroll. I mean that. I stand by that. I think that Garou is the protagonist of that season. He's the protagonist. And One Punch Man, Saitama, ergo, is just kind of in there. He has his own moment, I guess, a tournament arc. But if you ignore the tournament arc, Garou is the main character. He's the protagonist. You see his perspective, his viewpoint. He's fighting the good guys. And the thing is that he is, by definition, not the antagonist. Let me explain why. So an antagonist is by typical Greek writing, right, or whatever. I think it's Greek, yeah. Yes, it's Greek right. The antagonist is the character that is pushing the protagonist to do actions, right? So Askelov, for example, he keeps pushing Thorfinn, right? He kills his father. Spoilers, but let's like episode 1. He kills his father, keeps pushing Thorfinn, right? He is a clear antagonist, but he's also the protagonist because it's a lot of his viewpoint as well, especially the end of that season. So he's also the protagonist. For that matter, he is clearly also like the sub-protagonist, the second protagonist. So, iffy, right? But in the beginning, he's the antagonist, definitely. But Garou, it is really not the protagonist, because he is not doing anything that makes the protagonist then. Because if you argue he's the protagonist, then Saitama is the protagonist, right? And he's not doing anything towards Saitama. And I don't mean that because he can't damage him, because he can't hurt him. I mean, whatever action Garou performs in the anime, it has zero affection towards Saitama. Nothing that Garou does actually changes Saitama's, appearance or what he's doing in his storyline or his development. Nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. The king of monsters, the bad guy, right? He is doing a lot more antagonistic things towards the main character. So Garou, by definition, is not an antagonist. He can't be an antagonist because he's not actively making stuff happening. So this is a typical issue, right, that Crunchyroll has. And honestly, I feel a lot of people has too, in my opinion. I don't want to be that guy, but truly, right? And that an antagonist doesn't equally a bad guy. That is not what protagonist and antagonist actually means. That is incorrect, right? Because you can have an anime or a TV show or a game or whatever where you're playing the bad guy, right? So for example, Deadpool, right? Anti-hero. He's the bad guy, right? In some of his storylines. He really is. If you read the comics, he's the bad guy sometimes. I mean, this kid Wolverine, so when he shoots Daken, and there is some parts in Deadpool where he truly is just a bad guy in his comics, right? And he's still the protagonist, but he's the evil guy. He's an evil person that is still the main character. If you play something like Disgaea, or when you're playing the Demon Lord, he's the actual Demon Lord. He's supposed to conquer hell and take over heaven and earth and so on. Yeah, it's a comedy game, but still, you're playing the Demon Lord, and it's like you're playing the protagonist, and the protagonist is evil, right? That exists. So the protagonist does not equal good person. Likewise, then the antagonist doesn't equal bad person, right? But this is clearly the very black and white view you have, which is always the same, God, every damn year with this thing. And I guess we're gonna blame it on cultural difference here. But obviously, I think that is, in my opinion, I'm probably using my foot here, but in my opinion, I feel that this is a very, honestly, a little bit of the American viewpoint. It's very black and white. Where in the anime in Japan and so on, it's much more gray zone, and I feel that European comics are also much more gray. They're much more like someone might be bad, but also might be good, right? This is one reason why we love anime, because anime characters usually have much more dimension to them They aren't that black and white. And Garou definitely has a lot of dimension to him. He wants to help the boy, right? He wants to be a good guy. He kind of deep down, he is kind of like a good guy, right? In some sense, right? So he has some good redeeming qualities and so on. So he really isn't a black and white bad guy, right? And even though he is the bad guy, doesn't mean you're antagonist to begin with. So again, as I mentioned earlier, he is the protagonist of season 2, much more than any other character. He is the one that is acting in the world. He's a rebel character, and the world is, provoking him right to do stuff. So he is truly, definitely not antagonist. He can't be antagonist because he's not antagonizing the main character. So it's a stupid thing. But anyway, Isabella. She, on the other hand, is a good antagonist. She's evil, but also not purely evil though. But she is by definition an antagonist, right? Because she keeps being in the way of the main characters. She keeps being, antagonizing the main characters, and her actions affects the main characters, Emma and Ray and so on, right? Constantly, especially I guess Ray. So she really does that a lot, right? So she's a real antagonist. So by that definition, by the actual definition of antagonist, she should easily win this because she's very, very antagonistic. She's very, very antagonistic, and really is a good, very written character. And all her actions and so on really affects the characters. But also she has some redeeming qualities. She has her own sad backstory that kind of explains her motivation and so on. So I think she's a very, very written character. And I would easily say she'll win this thing from a writing standpoint, definitely. And she's a much more antagonist than, of course, not Garou is. And then we have Overhaul. My Academia. My Academia is, of course, Overhaul. It's like the best voice actor of him ever. Overhaul, I feel, he's a good antagonist, but he's a very My Hero Academia, obviously, My Hero Academia. But he's a very, My Hero Academia antagonist. Right? He's very, let's say it, he's one-dimensional. Is that a fair word to call him? I think Overhaul, I like Overhaul, but at the same time, he's very he's evil for being evil. It's kind of he's very much like that, right? He is a very evil character, and his powers are crazy. His OP is crazy, and we have the fight tomorrow. Yeah, like subscribe tomorrow. We're gonna watch the episode fight for that matter. So subscribe for that. But he's I like him, but he doesn't have the depth that Isabella has. For a second, he's just a little too shallow to really compare him to a character like Isabella. Isabella is a landslide, a lot better bad guy. Overall, has a good plan. He's very strong. He has good battle sense and so on. So he's a good fighting antagonist, right, with powers, and he's very intimidating. He's very antagonistic in that sense, right? In typical evil bad guy antagonist, he just does evil stuff and is very strong and is very intimidating and so on. He definitely scores at, but he's very shallow on the same time. He has some good moments, but there's some backstory there, and but he's not really living up like Isabella. And Garou, is a much better written character, but he's not an antagonist. So Askeladd also a much better written character than Overhaul, definitely much better. Okay, let's do. I mentioned Angela earlier in the stream in the beginning, but Angela is by far the best written character of Carol and Tuesday. She's incredibly predictable. She's gonna be here, it's a no-brainer. But the thing is that Angela's end is not very good. I think it's good and it's bad. She doesn't actually antagonize the main characters in the end. She has her own storyline with Tao and so on, and her mom, which is really good actually. But at the same time, then isn't she more like a protagonist? And I keep saying this, but I feel that Angela, arguably, she's an antagonist in the first core of Carol Tuesday, but in the second core, she isn't the antagonist anymore. She actually is a protagonist. And she's, even from the beginning, she's kind of a half-ass protagonist, and then she becomes a part of the protagonistic storyline in the half of characters, and just didn't fight them in the second half at all, really. So that's the problem with her as an antagonist. She stops being one after episode 12, 13 or so, and really becomes another protagonist, purely. And that really diminishes her antagonistic scale, right? Where Askeladd is kind of the reverse. Askeladd, no, he's the same, I guess, but he also turns the protagonist. But You cannot go back and forth. Isabella should win. Whatever, Isabella should win. She's clearly the best antagonist this year. She has definitely all the best quirks of it. Okay, so best boy. Tanjiro. There's gonna be more Demon Slayer. We're gonna have more Demon Slayer. Tanjiro is obviously best boy and Nezuko is best girl. Like why do we even have this list here? Why it's gonna be freaking Tanjiro! It's gonna be Tanjiro, and I wouldn't be surprised if the other best boys also appear. I would hope they have like Senku. He's not like he's gonna have a best boy feel to it. Will Deku be there again? No, but Mirio might be, and I would much rather see Mirio win than Deku. This isn't a quarterback for him. Mirio might be there. Mr. Tintin, he might be there. He's a much better character than Deku, so as a best boy, a new best boy there, he could be there, and maybe even win. But well, Tanjiro's gonna win, but yeah, ignoring Demon Slayer, he might win. I think like you know what I could see is the best boy we haven't seen yet at all. Kaguya-sama. So that'd be not her then, she's best girl maybe, but you know, President Shirogane, he could be a best boy. I can see that happening. Yeah, best boy. That actually happening. That'd be a nice best boy. I think Lugasu would be a best boy, but he's probably a B-star, as I mentioned earlier. Seiya is a nice best boy. He's a very interesting character. Yoru-kun, I could see as a good best boy. President's boyfriend, his name escapes me now, but Arubaru, President's really cute boyfriend, that's also nice. So he's a very nice best boy character. Have not much screen time, but he's actually a very good best boy character. But yeah, I think they're gonna have like I wanna bet seriously, Shirogane is gonna be the President Shirogane, obviously Tanjiro, maybe Senku. I think Senku is like he's more like a best man in a weird way. Yeah, he's just too mature for him to be a best boy. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna be there. Maybe it's like Sarah Salmai character, because obviously Sarah Salmai is very progressive, so they probably want to have. I'm surprised there's no Sarah Salmai yet, but it doesn't really fit, I guess, for like antagonists and so on. So I could see like a Sarah Salmai character appearing. I'm just throwing it out because of like a PC standpoint, right? Okay, let's go. Yo. Hikemaru again. They have some Dororo love here, which I don't really agree with too much. Kanata's a best boy. I can live with that. Kanata's pretty cool. Oh, Mashio! Oh, Saido Sexto! They actually have some dumbbell! We actually have some freaking dumbbell! We might have the actual best girl is here. Oh my god! I'm thinking up again. Yes! Hopefully. I mean, oh god. Will they actually have, I don't think they will. It's too sexy to have Hibiki here, but she's too hot, right? They won't have Hibiki or Akame or Akame, no. Or Gina, or Sensei. Mob is the best boy, yeah. And of course Tanjiro. Oh, Tanjiro is there. Oh yeah, surprise. So obviously it's gonna be, I have my Tanjiro. I'm ready with my Tanjiros. Tanjiro's gonna win this. So I have to discuss this thing. Tanjiro is gonna win best boy. And that's it, right? Like that, Tanjiro is gonna win so easily. Well, anyway, let's go this one. I mean, Yo has a lot of fans too, I suppose. But, I mean, JoJo, very popular anime for years. But JoJo compared to Demon Slayer is like, I don't know, nothing is beating Demon Slayer in popularity. So, I mean, no, nah. You might have some votes there, but nah. I feel Bruno is the best boy. He's a decent pick, Jax. I feel like I'm kind of like indifferent to him as the best boy. Yeah, it's like, it's a decent pick. Hikemaru, again, I think that anime is overrated. Probably some hate for this, but I think it is. It's a good anime, but not that good of an anime. And things that Hikemaru is a good character. He's not a really interesting best boy because he's very one-dimensional. I keep saying this, but he is also he's very driven by his hatred and his anger and so on. And in one way, I like that in that anime because he actually is a character that's not gonna forgive the bad guys and he's gonna kill them and so on. His brother and so on, and his father and stuff like that. He doesn't kill his father in the end. So whatever, yeah. So it's kind of like that. He doesn't have much character development really. It's just not, He's for me, he's like a machine with anger issues, kinda, right? I don't know. It's a good anime, but like comparing him, I think Tanjiro is a better best boy than Hikemaru, honestly. Yeah. I don't see that because I'm a yeah. I think that's like fair. He's been maybe, but I compare it to like Mob though. I should Mob for me, but yeah, no, like Mob is really is an interesting character. Hikemaru is just kind of like he's kind of there. I feel. Kanapa. I feel like if you're going, I feel Kanata for me, see this list here, he's my number 2 in the list. I would have Mob by far being number 1, and then I have Kanata probably. Kanata no Astra. Astra Lost in Space or Kanata Lost in Space, so on. It's a good anime. Definitely underrated anime, I think, or under the radar anime. 12 episode anime finishing in one season, pretty good anime. One of my liked animes, not my top 10, but just barely under top 10. Kanata, he is carrying the anime, even though he's a lot of characters. But at the same time, though, well, it's not a protagonist list anymore, but I don't know. I kind of like the other characters too, in a way, more maybe than him. Like I like Zack, and I like the I feel that Best Gal is the character who's carrying the anime for me the most, I suppose. She's that hot Gairu. Kanata is interesting. He's a cool character. He's kind of like the scout best boy. He really kind of fits the description of best boy though. That's it, Kanata. He really fits that feeling of a best boy. So he's an interesting pick. Not necessarily the best anime in my opinion, but he fits the best boy feel to it. Hard. I was too hard for that one. I think about it. Mashio, of course, Mashio, it's like Mashio's a great character, yeah, and makes you also wait so on. Yeah, Mashio is a cool character, it's a cool fun character. But if you're talking about best boys, Mob again, right? Episode 1, I'm back try again. Episode 1 immediately, where we have Mob saving or helping, the girl that betrayed him was. I'm gonna spoil that. Mob spoiling episode 1 here. So he's dating a girl, right? Well, but he's dating him like a fake dating him to bully him, right? And then in the end, she admits she kind of just hates him, but she kind of like, she's bullying you, dating you for a joke and so on, right? Makes fun of Mob, and then her best friends come like, yeah, you did good and so on, right? And then she's like a writer, and then they ruin her paper because she's like, oh, you're a nerd, or ruin that thing because they're mean girls, right? And then even though she just bullied Mob and tricked Mob, right? He goes up there and he starting rebuilding that paper. And he's like, you shouldn't do bad stuff, right? Even though she just betrayed him, he's still like, I will help you rebuild your novel and use powers later on. Like that scene made me cry immediately. That is an amazing scene. Like, that scene alone, Mob wins, right? The girl who's freaking just betrayed him, bullied him, but he's still like, I want to help this girl. She's also is bullied. I want to help her. He's relating to her, right? He's empathizing with her. Like that scene where Mob is helping her, it's like that. That is the best boy scene of the year. That is the best boy scene. He should win the best boy thing. Without a doubt, that is for me the best boy scene, right? Regardless of anything else. And then we have the scene when he talks, like you are genuine, your genuine best friend and so on. Yeah. So Mob has all the scenes of being a best boy. He's easily win this thing. Tanjiro will of course win because he's the most popular character. So Tanjiro has some good moments. He has also very best boy of our character. So cute moments, right? Also helping his sister, caring for his family, friends, very nice kid and so on. He's also very best boy of a character. But I feel, again, compared to Mob, right? Every scene he has is like a meek version of Mob scene. I really think that. Like, they're similar, but they're just weaker than Mob's. They're just literally weaker. Yeah, like straight up in comparison, it's like half of Mob's best boy qualities. So I really can't see why he should beat him. On an objective standpoint, I just can't see why he should. But he clearly will, right? But otherwise, I think Tanjiro is a pretty good best boy. In that sense, though. But he really fails in Mob's comparison. But he might be my number 2 on this list here. Maybe even kind of like him more than Kanata even too. But I think there's some other best boys like Lugasi, right? From Beastro, for example. I think it's better than Tanjiro. I would say so. Yoru, I would say in a way, Yoru's a weird character, maybe, yeah. But anyway, Obitali will win this thing. It's just like the most obvious thing ever. Best girl, so Nesco. Nesco, the team was like, Nesco will clearly be in it. Nesco will obviously be in it. And she's obviously gonna win. I hope that we're gonna have Hibiki, or almost all the dumbbell girls, but they probably won't be. They're too hot, right? They're too sexy. They won't be in it because they're too attractive. Even though we saw Macho, I don't think they're gonna be in it because Macho is kind of like a funny best boy, but muscular hot guys is fine, right? but hot, sexy, masculine girls, like, like with their abs, right? Like, I have her abs, not okay. So, det would be a dumbbell best girl, because they're too attractive. Koaku, I think, is probably the most popular, except if you ignore Demon Slayer, because, Koaku is probably the most popular best girl, which I think will surely be in here. She'll surely be in here. Carol or Tuesday, or both of them could be here. Any kind of girl from Arubara could be here. But again, Arubara is interesting because they have the cast in Arubara is so not really focused for many episodes. So there's no like real, again, protagonist or so on. There is a protagonist, but only for some episodes. So I think it's like a hard pick there. You kind of have to like fight who's the best girl. You could arguably see some like a Sarasama character. If you want to argue for that could be it, right? They like Lily last year, so why not? But Lily, I guess, is more of a girl, but still, no, they're kind of, they do the cross-dressing and so on. Who could they pick here more? Restarte, I think would be a good pick. Julie Cancer Anime, right? Restarte is out the Crunchyroll. Pansy, really good best girl. Pansy the best girl. Pansy, I could think should be almost win it, but she's probably looking on. I feel like they don't like Orosuke. Orosuke is too sexual, so. But I can see Pansy. Haru, maybe, yeah, but no Beastar. So, Shika, of course, Shika. Shika will obviously be in this category. Shika will absolutely be in the category. Shika will absolutely be in here. Shika will surely be in here, and it's gonna be maybe Kaguya, but I think Shika is by far more best girl than her, like the whole dance and so on. Right? Shika will definitely be here. Carol, yeah, surprise there. Not a very good candidate, but yeah, Shika, probably the best girl of the year, absolutely. Emma, okay, Kwaku. But Emma is also protagonist and so on, yeah. Oh, Nesco! We're a Demon Slayer? Oh, Raftalia, of course. Oh, I forgot about Raftalia. Raftalia was last year. Yeah, it's not. That's true. Raftalia. Okay, she has the. You had the sparkle around Nesco. It's not even the sparkle image. Oh, yeah, press her. Yeah, even have the sparkle image. So okay, Carol, I think is a shitty pick. She has her storyline. She has like zero character development whatsoever. She has like a moment where she meets her father kind of thing. Doesn't learn anything from it really. It's just Karen Tuesday was probably this year's biggest disappointment in anime, I think. Yeah, doesn't really develop very well there. And I think honestly Tuesday is a best girl than her from best girl standpoint. Shika though, Shika is freaking best girl. Yeah, Shika is like the definition of a best girl, so she should probably win this thing. And come on, Shika. I have to explain that Shika is just the epic, Genki, happy girl that really is like the ultimate best girl, right? And I think Shika's a perfect moment too, because you have characters that are like waifus, a character you could marry, right? At least I would marry my waifu, yeah. Like Merlona, obviously best waifu this year. But then you have characters like Shika, which is like, I mean, would you marry Shika? But no. But you would have her as a best girl, because Shika is, Shika, yeah, you probably would have her as a waifu, because she's just too kind of everywhere, right? So she's a perfect best girl. But yeah, it's always choices are bad, right? Carol is horrible choice. Emma is obvious best girl, but Emma is like, it's gonna be so much Emma too, yeah. So much Promised Neverland. Yeah. Kawaku, obvious decision. Should definitely beat Nesco if you actually talk about like actual. I mean, I think Kawaku is a good pick too, though. But obviously Nesco is gonna win this, and this is how I feel. It reminds me of Mega Box last year. See, I don't hate Nesco, right? But I have to have like an objective standpoint here. I have to say the objective points here, right? Nesco is the most obvious, damn predictable pick you could have. It's like a really effing predictable decision to have her here, and she is not truly that best girl. Right? Raftalia carries her anime more than what Nesco does. Shika carries her anime a lot more than what Nesco does. Kwaku is basically the only female character in the Stone. Carrying the anime a lot, yeah. She's like the female character in the Stone, right? And has a lot of good moments and so on. Nesco is just, she has some cute moments. She has the chibi moment, which is good, right? But I don't know, like Nesco is a very specific character. It's really carrying a best girl moment. She has some moments that are really good, but there are in the beginning they are more commonly, and then there's like How many episodes Nesco in the backpack in the season? I think it's literally like 6 episodes of Demon Slayer where Nesco doesn't appear. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like 5 or 6 episodes, I think it's 6 episodes, where Nesco is never seen at all for like a long period of time, right? She's gone for like a quarter of that season of Demon Slayer, isn't she? I think she is even more than that. And it's about episodes doesn't appear either. So in that sense too, you kind of see why her moments are great and so on, to a degree. Not even that focused in the anime, in a sense, right? After the beginning, which is kind of weird. Where Raftalia is like a constant, in every damn scene. Raftalia is there. She's like literally, like Raftalia is seriously probably in every scene in the anime. Yeah, but I think that's really Nesco has cool action scenes. I like her battle and so on. But Nesco actually has very few scenes. I think it's like a fair point to make. Nesco doesn't actually carry her anime a lot. And as I mentioned earlier, if you remove Tanjiro's half his screen time and had double of Nesco instead, the anime would be more popular. Yeah, I think she could have more fights and the anime would be more popular, honestly. And Nesco would have much that. Ratalia is in every scene, basically. In every damn scene. Like seriously. This is Ratalia. After episode 2, I think Raftalia is like almost literally in every second of Chihiro. She's all the time in the episode. She's clearly owning that anime. And Kwaku, I mean, I don't really like Kwaku, but she also is kind of like Kwaku. You have to be honestly say Kwaku is also the only female in the anime, like more or less, right? Yes, her sister is there, but like she is the only female character basically. And while she's a great character, it's also kind of weird, like 99% of the female screen time is only her, so it's kind of a weird thing, right? Where Sheikah really owns her scenes, right? Sheikah enters and truly owns and controls her scene, and every scene with Sheikah is so funny, and she really is like the definition of a best girl, right? She really is like driving that best girl feel, and she's a non-waifu character, right? I feel interesting with her. She's really a good waifu, so interesting. And Carol is a horrible pick. No character development. Doesn't really carry her scenes. Tuesday is a more for best girl. Angela, more for best girl. Carol is a really bad pick. Carol is, I think that's, I would say the least here is that Carol here is by far a shitty pick, right? She's by so we could argue like Nesco versus Ratalia, Nesco versus Emma, Chica and so on. But I feel that Carol isn't even in this competition, right? I feel Carol is somewhere down in the garbage pan somewhere here. I don't hate the character, but her character is very, very static. It's very just frozen in stasis. Doesn't have anything with it. All her scenes with her like boyfriend and father, whatever, has no meaning to her. Even her music, some of the episodes, and her backstory with that character, basically one episode and leaves again, is really stupid. And this whole going back again and so on. I liked it, and I feel Carol and Tuesday, they only work together too. They have a dynamic together. They write them together. Without each other, doesn't really work. Sheik is always funny, no matter who's with, right? Emma is carrying her anime and so on, right? Koch is funny and so on, yeah. Carol only works with Tuesday. She also works with other characters. It's Tuesday's the same way, right? So it's very, very weak. Very bad pick. Purely a pick because they love that anime, because, I don't know, female main characters. It's just... I was depressed when I see it. Yeah, but Carol is a horrible pick. Really bad, really bad. Best director. The thing is that this, I feel this is a bad category. Usually from Carol to Freudian slip. In my opinion, this usually becomes a bad, topic because from Crunchyroll, best director, best animation, so on, is usually the same as best year anime. So I want to guess and say that best director, it is probably gonna be the directors who have produced like Arubaru, Demon Slayer, and so on, right? So without even caring honestly about who is producing, who's the director itself, I feel most of the best director are going to be based on this obvious popularity. So for example, Watanabe with Carol Tuesday will clearly be here, right? So I think it's going to be a lot like that. So it's going to be Watanabe, Carol Tuesday, and then, similar stuff, right? So it's probably basically going to be the directors of the best year, right? So, this list here take the directors of these animes, that's probably gonna be Netflix. It's usually how it is. They might change like one anime, so they might change like 1 or 2 animes. So whatever, let's just go into it. Oh, okay, take a Titan. See, yeah, it was Tuesday and Mob Psycho. Yeah, so a little different. Vinland Saga. It's half correct. Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying 100%, but at least 50% was the sex I listed earlier, right? And that's kind of what they do, right? So, from a directional standpoint, I think Attack on Titan is not. I don't know. Attack on Titan, especially is following the manga page by page. I don't know. I've called that a good direction. Facts are pretty good. I think it is hard sometimes to judge the animes where they're based on a manga and they're used, but they're very, very like strictly following the manga. Then it's kind of like sometimes so I think that Attack on Titan season 1 is better directed than season 3. But season 1 they change some of the stuff and improve some of the work of Ishiyama. Season 3 they really don't do that. Season 3 is kind of like it's the same thing. So I don't think it stands out as being better than the manga, because we have animes that are better than the manga, right? They kind of make the anime come to life more, like for example Beastars. Well, it's not here, but you know what I mean. So I feel that, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's the best director this year. Babylon, maybe. I think absolutely not. I think Watanabe really failed. Like again, second half really bad. I think that Space Stand is much better director from the direction. Yeah. Bebop was a better director. I mean, I honestly think that Can't is his worst work. Probably. I think that is probably his worst anime. And from a directional standpoint, because the second core makes no sense. Because the second core is all over the place, not following the earlier threads. That is the director's fault, right? To some degree, usually. So I work as a director. My title right now is art and US director, right? If someone can say, yeah. So I would say that would be my fault, right? As a director, even if I'm not writing the main thread, sometimes I have some right doing that. I would still take some blame for that, because that's like the general bigger picture that, because it's very clear in this anime that they have this end goal of let's everyone whole half sing, the song. That's the ending, and the in between there. 12 to 24, the in between is kind of like whatever. It's very, very like whatever. It doesn't make any sense at all, honestly. It really doesn't. So that's a directional standpoint. That's like pure directional standpoint. From deep down this, right? Even though someone else is clearly writing the actual episodes and writing the general storyline, because they have a lot of staff, right? In the deep down end, the director is the person responsible that it all makes sense, the grand view, right, the overview of everything, and that really fails in anime. Or he has a great, man. So like I hate that anime, but honestly, Calendar Tuesday, I do think it starts out well, ends horribly, right? So and in the beginning, the direction is really good. The show and not telling, so episode 1, which I reviewed, and I really liked it. So it starts out very well, and then it just kind of fizzles completely. Man, I hate this anime. It sounds like that, but it is true though. It is really bad now. Mob Psycho, that probably should win. Mob Psycho again really makes one's art come to life. His storyline to come to life. So I think that's the fairest. Sarah Sanmai, that also feels very. I should say. I did say Sarah Sanmai earlier, right? But Sarah Sanmai is that also very like predictable. Thing about it, because. The director Ikuhara is famous for doing his wacky stuff, right? So it's a very Sarah Sanmai is very Crunchyroll. It's very Crunchyroll. It feels like the judge has been like, who's famous? Ikuhara is. He's pretty great, right? Like that. That's kind of how. Mob should win. I think Mob actually really brings the work to life, right? I think Mob is the one that is the best one, adapting and directing the original storyline from one. So I think one is the Mob Psycho is the best pick here by far, in my opinion. But Sarah Sanmai, I feel is like that's a fancy Archie pick. And I like Sarah Sanmai, but having as best director, that is very likely just because the judges are like Ikuhara, he's famous. let's pick Ikuhara, so people think we are good, right? I think it's like a very decision from the judges to be like, we have to be, famous name. Watanabe, Ikuhara, yeah, they think the names are famous, so they look smart, right? It's much of that. So Ikuhara, I think, is a bad pick here, because while I like Sarah Salma, it's a pretty good anime, it also is kind of cray-cray, right? It's kind of cray-cray, and I don't mind the cray-cray of Sarah Salma, but I think there are a few episodes of Sarah Salma that are pretty pointless. There are a few episodes that you could easily just skip over, like 2 or 3 or so, and in a 12 episode anime, that's a lot percentage-wise, which you can almost skip, and it wouldn't matter so much. And the pacing isn't, obviously, the pacing is pretty bad then, to some degree. And then it's lightning fast, smaller episodes. So I think some has some issues with its general presentation and so on. The craziness is a nice touch to it, but under that crazy fluffiness, there is some issues to it, and it's also incredibly repetitive. Sarah Salma, while entertaining and good, also reuses the dance scenes and the fight scenes for like 5 to 10 minutes per episode, right? So in altogether, it's a pretty shallow anime. I'm throwing it out there, but it is in that, let's not invent new dance. If they change the dance, as I kept saying every episode when I react to it, if they change the dance in Sarah Salma every episode, and they change the song and so on, then I would say it's one of the best animes of the year. But they kept using the exact same clip every episode. That's not a good direction, it's a lazy direction. But there is more weird than it's good, right? And that's probably the basic way to say Sarah Salma. But I think that the laziness of Sarah Salma, from a directional standpoint, is probably the biggest issue. That they have the same song over and over again. That's very lazy. But whatever. Vinland Saga, I don't know. It's like, I guess it looks good for what it is. Like, it takes it live. But I feel that it's also an anime where it's like, yeah, it's adapting the manga, and it looks like the manga, it's high quality. It doesn't feel like it's doing anything special. I feel, again, Mob really brings out the manga, right? So I think it's like a much better adoption. Best animation, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer, come on. We're talking about it. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is easily gonna win this thing, right? It's just like, do we have to even discuss this thing? Episode 19, right? And I think it's fair to say that Demon Slayer is the best animated anime. I think, objectively looking, from an art standpoint, from the quality of the art, from the visualization, from the colorization, from the hue, saturation, everything, you can like objectively look at an art, say, is this well done? Is the VFX well done, and so on, right? Because you can argue, say, is this modern art piece good or not? You can argue, is it a good art or not, right? But if you talk about the quality of the art, Demon Slayer is the best anime, and second the best, I say, Mob Psycho. So I think that it easily wins it, and it's gonna win that. Obviously, Demon Slayer is everywhere, and it's clearly gonna win this part. If Demon Slayer should win anything, it should be this thing, right? If Demon Slayer, this is, I would argue that Demon Slayer is probably should probably only be nominated for this category. If to be more objectively on Demon Slayer, how good it is, it should probably only be here. Honestly, in my opinion, maybe in like best anime of the year, but not in best girl and best boy and like best protagonist. Really not. That's the weak part of the anime, the antagonist or like that. So it should probably be here of animation, and it should win this thing. And it's obviously gonna win this thing, but this is clearly where no one's gonna discuss. It's gonna be this Mob Psycho. Oh, that's Mob Psycho, yeah. So Mob Psycho is gonna be the only thing I feel that will even compete with it, right? But I think here there will be no roast in this part, but I think it's fair. Demon Slayer's gonna win this, and I think it's fair. You see how they can have the same animes over and over again. Vinland Saga, yeah, it's good animated, it's good quality. Sarah Salma, I think Sarah Salma, as I just mentioned, really doesn't deserve to win this at all. Sarah Salma is a really bad pick here, because while Sarah Salma, as I mentioned, right, has their weirdness so on, and that weirdness is well animated to some degree, it's also the same weirdness. As I just mentioned, if Sarah Salma had a new dance every episode, had a new kappa dance and cop dance, and a new attack on the button so on every episode, then yes. But looking at it as an actual episode, the whole season, Sarah Salma basically only animates one dance, one kappa dance, right, and one attack thing, and then reuse that for every episode. So it actually, as an animation project, right, Sarasama is like one of the worst this season. Like literally, they're using the exact same scene over and over again. Like Black Clover has much better animation than Sarasama. They really has. Like Black Clover has great fight scenes, right? That has some really bad animated middle parts. But this do something. Sarasama repeats the exact same loop of animation every episode. It's really lazy. Sarasama is a really shitty pick here. Really bad pick. Because it's horrible animated in that sense. Because they have like one episode that they reuse over and over again. And the other part of Sarasama, when they're not fighting and so on and dancing, is not that well animated. It's just kind of like a basic anime. It's not bad, but it's not better either than any other anime here at all. So Sarasama could probably be the dumbest pick here, actually. Of all the picks here, Sarasama could actually literally be the dumbest pick here because it's really badly animated. When you think about it, right? When you actually look at what they're animating per episode, it's really bad, actually. Mob Psycho might win then over Demon Slayer, but yeah. But yeah, God, that's stupid having... that is really stupid having Sarasama there. It's really stupid. I think about it. It's so stupid. Again, they're repeating the exact same damn 5 to 10 minutes every episode. It's like at least 5 minutes of the exact same scene the last episode had. How can you call it best animation? They're just having one episode that they keep reusing over and over and over again. That is crap. That is literal crap. Anyway, best character design. Yo-Yo is probably going to appear, right? Yo-Yo. Beastar should appear, but it won't. You know, I actually kind of liked some of the design in Slime, but I guess it can last a year. Mob Psycho, maybe. Has some good moments. Umbrella is interesting and so on. From like a design standpoint, I do kind of like all the quintuplets. It's like a basic, very good harem design, which probably won't get in screen time. Obviously, Hibiki and all the girls scene. I keep saying it all the time, but like, you know... The best girls, they're actually very, you know, highly designed and so on, right? They're interesting. Restart and Seiya has an interesting design in a sense. But this is also a weird thing because character design should, in my opinion, be everything from the personality and so on. But I think they usually just have like, you know, art style, right? How they look. So it's kind of hard to say, but it's Vinland Saga. I honestly hope they don't have Vinland Saga here. Because in my opinion, they just have, you know, Viking kläder. Yeah, it's like they just have like historical outfits. It's not really interesting. It's not really like wow. It's like historical bikini, but it might be here. Can we stop having Carol and Tuesday and everything? It's a new Megali box, and Duraroo is also way too popular. Duraroo is way too popular. Jesus Christ, doesn't deserve to be everywhere either. Carol and Tuesday, yeah, I hate anime so much now. Well, I mean, I guess, to be fair, this is probably where it actually stands out the best. Even though Gus and his ex-wife looks exactly the same, but she has boobs, like that's the only difference, and purple hair and it's blonde hair. It's a really bad design, but yeah, they're like twins actually. But I guess there are some moments. I actually really like Carol's outfit and so on. There are some moments, I guess, with Carol Tuesday that has a really good design. Dororo, I don't know, not at all. The Stone, oh, it has great art and so on. That's true in a way there. Kaguya-sama, if you talk about like, as I Sasama, of course, here again. Vinland Saga. See, I knew! I freaking knew that they're gonna have Vinland Saga there. It's a freaking crappy pick. I knew they're gonna have Vinland Saga. It's so stupid. It's so goddamn stupid. They are just damn Vikings. They're just freaking Vikings. They're just... Vinland Saga är bara vikingar. Det är bara jävla... Damn it. Vinland Saga is a horrible pick here. And I don't want to say that to be like, you know, the author is like new, whatever. But clearly, Vinland Saga, it's just freaking Vikings. It's just freaking like Röde Orm or whatever. Or like Torgal or... There's so many other comics I read as a kid, which are way older than Vinland Saga. You know, done before I lived in someone, yeah. Herman Hedning or whatever. Brana Grön, Brus, so... There's so many comics that I as a kid, Fantomen also, the Phantom and so on. His historical Phantom and so on. There's so many historical comics I read as a kid that are produced right in Scandinavia or in Belgium usually or sort of France. Because, you know, comics are big. They like Torgal, my favorite Viking comic book, which I think is better than Vinland Saga. by actually a lot. But like for example, Torgal is a great valiant comment about a Viking guy. You know, Torgal and the Vinland Saga character design, it is very similar because they are Vikings. Like really, like Sara Salma is very very crazy. That has some interesting character design, original design. Vinland Saga is not original at all. It's just Vikings fighting. It's like looking at the movie, what's called Vikings, the TV show, or looking at whatever. Like I mentioned, for example, the Orm must be. I like the Orm as a kid. Red Snake, yeah, a classic Viking comic as a kid. They're Vikings. They're nothing special. And I'm not saying that because I don't like. I like Vinland Saga, right? I like the writing and so on. But from like a visual standpoint, at least, Vinland Saga is again. Use Vikings. Absolutely lazy, so to speak, to have it for design. But the story, on the other hand, as you say, interesting characters. They have interesting, perspective, and there's some new interesting design and hairstyle and so on. Kaguya-sama, they have simple clothing, but they have interesting characters and so on, yeah. Dororo, I feel, in a similar way, to Vinland Saga, I think Dororo is a stupid pick as well. Because instead of being Vikings, they're feudal Japan. Yeah, so I mean, isn't Dororo the same thing? I mean, most characters in Dororo are just like feudal Japan characters. They run around in their, medieval outfits from Japan, right? That's not creative at all. And on the same time, the monsters are actually arguably the worst part of Dororo. Some of the monsters, of the Moth Lady is really badly designed, and the fight is really bad. So from my standpoint, the character design is actually bad in Dororo. I mean, Hikamaru has a good design, but the rest of the characters is pretty bad. And also it's based on like a freaking 60 manga, so I wouldn't really give it so much credit to this current person doing it now. I really wouldn't. Like it's unfair to the actual author of Dororo, right? It's kind of weird to even give credit to. Like original character design is not true at all. It's not original at all. It's like an unoriginal character design for Dororo and Vinland Saga. So really, really horrible. It's probably the stupidest part so far. Character design, having historical characters, 2 in the category, which is the lamest design ever. Just wearing freaking historical outfits. Oh yeah, what amazing character design. Really not right. Really horribly. I mean, anyone could take out, put them in Viking clothes, give them some beard, give them some blonde long hair, blue eyes. Oh, well, it's me. It's like I take a photo of myself and say, look at my character design. It's a Viking. It's me. It's like me and my father. It's like, we have big beard and long hair. And my brother is like a slim guy. He's like a Thorfinn character. He also has beard, but he's like a slim guy, not tall and slim, more like a Thorfinn. Like, take us 3. And then like my sister, and then we have Knut as well, yeah. Right? It's ridiculous. It's like a family photo of me. Like that is Vinland Saga. Like my family photo. Then you have the design of Vinland Saga. Like literally. Not even making that. I'm serious. Like a photo of my family. And then you have Vinland Saga's character design. That's how original it is. So it's really crappy. And I imagine that take a Japanese family photo when you have the Aurora. So, oh my god, it's so stupid. This is probably the only category where I feel that Karen Tuesday though is actually worth to be here though. But Sara Salma I think has good design too though, so I think it's fair. But it's all the animes like Beastar that's a lot better character design. Best score, okay, interesting. Mob Psycho probably in my opinion. I'm throwing that there. We have the opening. Yeah, they have opening later on. You know how much I hate the opening. Opening last year was the dumbest thing ever. Okay, let's go for best score. I don't care that much, honestly. I think Titan. Well, okay, that's true though. Karen Tuesday has a lot of music, so I guess Karen Tuesday has a lot of good scores. But like this here, it's Demon Slayer. It also has best music. Of course it does. Yeah, it's like I actually think that Demon Slayer has pretty good score. I think actually it is true that Demon Slayer's score is pretty good, but it's like he's gonna win. I mean, this is like the My Hero Academia of 2 years ago, right? Yeah, Demon Slayer in every category. I guess it actually has a pretty good score. objectively, but it's still though. It's like, is it the best score? No, but it's a good. It has a lot of good scores though. Yeah, Demon Slayer also better. Dr. Stone though, that's pretty bad. Dr. Stone has a decent score. Yo-Yo has a better score. Dr. Stone I think is like that's a decent score. Actually, I kind of like the Shield Hero score. Yeah, it's a pretty good score. But I think like again here, right? It's like I can feel Tanjiro smile. I can feel the Tanjiro smile. It's like I'm everywhere, baby. I'm gonna be in every category. Yeah, it's just like. It feels ridiculous that you're gonna have Demon Slayer even in best score, right? Even though, again, I like the score. But I think Mob Psycho, in my opinion, should win this. Probably. I think Mob Psycho has a really good score. I would even go so far as to say I think that Cost Hero has better score. Some more animes. One Piece had good score this year. As new Wano. One Piece with a new Wano soundtrack was really good, actually. My Academia has a good score. But yeah, Shield Hero, when I see it there, I'm like, actually, yeah, Shield Hero, good score. Shield Hero, I could see like, it could be fair to win that. It actually has a good score. It's not like I remember it before, but when I see it, I'm like, yeah, that actually is true. It has a good score. But obviously, Demon Slayer is going to win this thing. You have Demon Slayer in the category is going to win this thing easily. I honestly think Stone is a bad pick. I don't think Stone has. I think he has like a decent score, right? It's not bad. What is the best score this year? No, it's not in the top 10 best score. It's like 15, something in the middle there. Yeah, it's like a good score, but not like an amazing score. Okay, best fight scene. So last year, it was the only category that made any effing sense. So last year, best fighting. I love this thing because Capcom was sponsoring Crunchyroll last year. It was like a Devil May Cry commercial, right? Every head might be quite here somewhere. Is it here? I can't damn it. Is it here maybe? Nah, Sekiro. What's that game? I have so many games. Oh, there it is. Here's my RAM. There's some papers I need to have. But here we go. So much stuff on my table here. There we go. So last year, this game, Devil May Cry, right? Devil May Cry. That's true though. Dr. Stone has that song and so on, that's true. You know you say it. But anyway, Devil May Cry, they were that's about the game. No, I love the game. But yeah, Devil May Cry, great game. It sponsored Crunchyroll, right? So the Capcom guys, they had to pick the fight scenes. So in the fight scenes, it was like One Punch Man. It was modified Naruto, Boruto, but yeah, Naruto, Sasuke, so on. It was the Clover, Lichus as Yami. So the best fight scene was like the best list last year. Like every pick, I think, in last year's fight scene were really good. Much better than the Crunchyroll judges. So Capcom, the guys from Capcom that were developing Devil May Cry, they had a much better. They know the fight scenes. DCMP5 guys, they knew fight scenes. So it was so funny last year because there was like a great list for fight scenes. Anyway, so fight scenes. What I would hope to see is no One Punch Man. It's pretty crap. Here, no, that's freaking Kaguya. So much stuff. Here we go. Oh, Asta, my boy. So I would hope that this anime would, of course, have at least one decision, right? Here we go. Come on, give me a good Asta. Yes. So the Asta, right? So I think that Black Clover, just like last year, has some really good scenes. So I'm gonna spoil very briefly then, very briefly. So you have like Lich, Lich versus King. Very good. Yeah, the Julius fight scene. Very good. Very emotional. Very good scene. Lich again against the triple fight. And Rias did. The scene, the music is so on. Yeah, Black Clover has amazing fight scenes. And also good other fight scenes too, like Fana and Noel was at the beginning of the year, so on right there. And all, yeah, so there's some. Black Clover has like 6-7 really good fight scenes last year. It should really be here. One Piece, maybe there's some Luffy fight scenes, some Zoro fight, yeah, could be there. Doesn't really have? I mean, it's Luffy against, Luffy and Dogtooth right there. So the Dogtooth, but yeah. So wasn't that last year? I was this so many episodes of One Piece, but the Luffy fight I think is last year, right? Could be 2 years ago because it's so damn long anime. But I think that was the beginning of last year. That should be here. That's an amazing fight. That really should be here. Attack on Titan might be here, like the Beast Titan fight. That's a really good fight scene. Mob Psycho is probably gonna be here, right? The final battle. And obviously, Tanjiro is gonna be here with freaking Demon Slayer! This I have up here, with Tanjiro is like, I win everything! Obviously, Tanjiro is gonna be here, he's gonna win, right? So, Demon Slayer is gonna be here, and it's obviously gonna win. It's probably kind of fair, yeah. Yojo, Beast Titan, I told you guys, Beast Titan is gonna be there. That's a bit obvious. Mob Psycho, of course, that's a great fight scene as well. Tanjiro is there! Yeah, Tanjiro is there. No Black Clover, shitty list. See, when they hate Black Clover, it's always like this. I had that crying, asked them at Hanne. I haven't seen this before, but they always hate Black Clover. Same with Ope, they always hate Black Clover. Like this fight scene, Thorfinn and Tolkien. It's a good fight scene, but it's no freaking like Lich fight scene in Black Clover. Not at all, and also not like a Luffy fight scene. But obviously Tyler's gonna win this thing. It's like absolutely no. If this doesn't win this thing, I mean, their biggest reason, obviously, why everyone watched Demon Slayer after it aired, right? Because there's so many people and their grandmother coming out from the woodworks, right? Even though they didn't like anime and then watching. I mean, I watch this every week because I actually like anime, right? But there's so many people that are coming out there, doesn't do anime stuff, doesn't even watch episode 1 to 18, right? And they react to 19. You know what I'm talking about. Those people reacted to this fight scene. So the popularity, by far, almost Tanjiro was going to win this thing. Tanjiro and Nezuko, I guess he did like one ability. This is rude. He's going to win by a landslide. It maybe is going to be like the last election in America, where no one votes for it. Where no one votes for it. It's like, everyone's going to vote for it, so I don't have to vote for it. Like, maybe it's a big Hillary, where everyone is like, I don't need to vote for this thing because everyone else will vote for this thing, so I like whatever. It might lose in something like some kind of complacency that no one votes for it because it's like, everyone else is doing it anyway. I want to vote for something else. I don't know. It's of course gonna win. This is the most obvious Demon Slayer victory of all of them. I get here up here, right? The year's biggest scene, right? And really was ruin people. And I really mean that people want to love anime, fine by me, but I bet you guys, you can easily go and find on YouTube now, and order chat and so on, people that haven't even seen episode 1 to 18, and they only reacted to episode 19. This is how popular this episode is, right? We have people that don't watch anime, haven't seen the anime until this battle, and they react to this battle. That's how big it is, right? And that's how viral it is. And those people are obviously chill and losers, but I'm saying, right? That's the biggest shit. That for me is massive shittery, and but they do exist, right? And this again shows you how popular it is. So yeah, this one is gonna win. I think this is a bad pick. It's an okay fight, but is it like again? Is it Black Clover fight? No, not for all. It's a bit not at all. Is it like Mob Psycho? No, not at all. It's not a good short. Yeah, this is an okay fight, and I would even go so far as say that I think Thorfinn's Askeladd is better because Askeladd is teaching him, stuff, right? Thorfinn is just badass. Thorfinn is like, I'm a Viking, he's just badass. Askeladd is teaching him stuff during the battles. So I would argue there are better fights. I would even go to as far as saying I feel that Shield Hero has better fights, probably. A lot better fights. And also, Crunchyroll also has better fights with Seiya. Comedy, but better fights. I think that they're both pretty bad here. And, Fate Grand has good fights, though. So, visually great fights, yeah. Beast Titan was very, very predictable. I really think it's a great fight, but Beast Titan, without spoiling it too much, it's just an incredibly... God, that annoys me. Beast Titan is just an incredibly short fight. Incredibly short. It's just incredibly short fight. So I think that, from that sense, it's not a good fight. It's like really badass. It's very satisfying when it happens. It's very satisfying when they actually have the conclusion of the fight in Beast Titan, but it's like a minute fight, right? So it's like I don't think it's there, but I think that Fate 2 is from like a quality. Fate is very good looking fight, very good looking fight. But I think it has, I don't know, just lacked the emotional value. I think that if you compare it to last year, this was the best fight last year, right? This or a Naruto fight, or arguably List Dami, and the one. The one for all, which is that fight in My Academia is by by far the most emotional fight. The fight where you really just tears are running, right? And I cried so much on. That's an amazing fight, and I don't think any fight here really compares to this fight. I don't think so. I think the Tanjiro fight is beautiful looking, but doesn't have the emotional value that the All Might fight has at all. Like, not at all. And so I don't know. I think the list is obvious, predictable, is with Demon Slayer winning, and it's the best looking fight, but it doesn't have that emotional weight. I think to the fight. I don't think any fight here has the emotional weight. Mob Psycho probably the most. Actually, Beast Titan might be the most emotional. Again, that's why I probably don't like this fight too much, because Thorfinn versus Torkel has no emotional weight whatsoever. He's supposed to fight him. Askelon versus Thorfinn is much more emotional. Björn versus Askelon is more emotional. That's a bad fight though, but it's more emotional. No, whatever. It's obviously Demon Slayer is gonna win, but I think the other fights aren't that good in that category. Best couple. Okay, so interesting. Best couple. I know people like Bokuban, right? We're gonna have like Yuki and like Fumini-chan maybe. I think that the winner should easily be Kaguya, right? Where's my Kaguya? I think Kaguya, of course, should win right there. This girl, how cute, should easily win, right? Kaguya should easily win. And Kaguya, and of course, then Shirogane President, yeah. That's easily the best couple this year. Haru and Lugase, a good couple. Restarte and Seiya is a good couple. Restarte and Seiya is a very good couple, actually, especially with the ending. But even without the ending, it's a great couple. It's a great dynamic. Should probably be here, probably won't, because they don't like gender equality, so he won't be here. Seiya, I don't think they like him as Crunchyroll. Pansy and Yoro is a pretty good couple too, right? Pansy and Yoro, yeah. Probably something with Bokuban, maybe a quintuple like Miki, maybe a quintuple couple. Kaguya should absolutely win, but I think that this is a no-brainer. Kaguya is gonna be here with the president, and they're gonna win. I think it's easy. It might be some kind of weird like Nesco and Tanjiro might be here, something. And I would argue here that like Thorfinn and Askelon is a good couple, right? Dynamic couple. Honestly, probably maybe Haru and Honda might be there. But anyway, Baki. I don't know. But I mean, this is the obvious case. Kaguya and Shirogane and President. Kaguya Sama Love, so they should really win. There's no other couple that's even close to this couple. This is the couple this year. This is the couple. I guess. Okay, this I feel is typical Crunchyroll. This is crappy. Here I feel this is a typical Crunchyroll. Right? I feel like, yeah. But I feel this is just the Crunchyroll thing, right? The boy you love couples, yeah. It's just like, oh man, this is so stupid. And it's gonna sound like I don't like people, right? Even though I identify as like guy with Futanara. So obviously I like boy love. The only thing I do every day is just, reading boy love and in the like or yaoi hentai, right? It's like my only hobby after anime. But like seriously, not even joking. But it's probably my favorite. Not my favorite category, of course, is Futanara and male. It's the best category hentai. But so. From that standpoint, I like yaoi. I genuinely like yaoi, okay? If you saw my runaway reaction, like I like Top Model, I like Fab 5, I like, Project Runaway. I am, super gay as they come, right? From that aspect, not probably the most aspect word, right? But yeah, from that aspect, I'm like super into that stuff. I always loved fashion design and so on, right? And the reason why I work with art, even though I don't actually draw myself that much, because I love giving direction to character designs on stuff I work with, right? Yeah, so I like to dabble into that, right? And so I feel it's horrible. I have to say that, right? But obviously, I have no problems with yaoi. Like I like yaoi, yeah. I really like yaoi. See what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. So again, I would say my Asta follow thing is my best thing, right? Yes. The ultimate defense for yaoi. My best girl, my true best boy, best trap, best girl, mouse pad. Yeah, I love it. And I have an Asta follow. I have a very not YouTube friendly Asta follow thing over there in our room. But yeah, it's but from an objective standpoint, right? And I really mean it, right? From an objective standpoint, just because you have a yaoi, just because you have boy love, doesn't mean that is good, right? And that's a stupid, right? That is why I think a lot of people hate Crunchyroll, right? Because you have this like best couple. Kaguya-sama and President is an amazing couple, incredibly well written, incredibly good development, huge fun interaction, so on, incredible story really, and so well written and so on. And I would say that like Senku and Kwaku has better development than like Rio and so on, yeah. So it's like a good developing couple, right? Very interesting couple. And again, like Seiya and Restarte, better couple, for example, Rio and Mabu. But then you have something like Rio or Leo, I think, Leo and Mabu, and they have a horrible couple. They have no character development. They have one scene which is very forced development. They don't really. I mean, the thing is that Sarasama has very weird development. They basically have no development whatsoever until like the last episode, and otherwise they just have their like the yaoi dance together. So the only thing that Rio and Mao has going for them from like a couple level is they are not straight, right? It's there are yaoi. That's the only thing they have going for them. Is that the yaoi. Otherwise, they are horrible couple. Even if that rare, so I suppose. But so I mean, it is very, very shallow, badly written. You just kind not badly, but you kind of like nothing written. It's just kind of there, and they have very little development in the end. And it's also not the focus of the anime. They are the supported characters. They're not focused on the anime. So it's like an insult to Kaguya-sama having them in the same top list. And obviously the only reason that is here is exactly like Lily last year, where Saki is best girl. Come on, I know Saki best girl. But Lily wins because she has a penis, right? That's the only reason that they have her over Saki and Sakura and Tai and so on. And there are so many better couples this year of anime. So many better couples than freaking Rio and Mabu. That's zero development whatsoever. And their love is so shallow. It's a freaking robot. He's literally like a mind-controlled robot thing. It's ridiculously bad. Like Robohachi, for example. With Robohachi is a better yaoi, tendency best friend couple than, for example, Rio and Mabu. But I think that no one saw Robohachi except me. I'm not the only guy in the freaking world that watched Robohachi because I love Sora, right? So Robohachi, Katakuri is doing Hachi too, yeah, is a much better, almost like a hinted yaoi best friend, almost too much best friend. That's a way better couple, and the whole anime of Robohachi is about two male best friends, right? Or kind of enemies, the best friends, adventuring, traveling together. It's all about them as a couple together with their robo rabbit thing, yeah. So I mean, that anime, a lot better couple. For example, the whole anime is about a freaking couple, right? Or two guys. But because Rio and Mabu is like obviously yaoi, like they're very yaoi, they're yaoi like this, right? Because of that reason, then they are, here. So it's very offensive. This is like offensive. This is like, quotation, affirmative action, right? Affirmative action is what this is. And it's insulting, right? Because, again, Rio and Mabu are badly written yaoi characters. At least like Mafuyu and Riska are given. At least they have like a development. They kind of have interest. They have developing the relationship. They're developing their emotions. At least that anime has that going for it. But Rio and Mabu doesn't have that. It's just like a really in-your-face yaoi action, and it's really badly done. It's a pretty bad couple, like altogether. I really think so. And the only reason they're here is because Crunchyroll is like, oh, but they're yaoi, so we have to pick them here. Oh my god, yeah, yaoi, so beautiful. So it's just, an absurd affirmative action thing, and really insulting to any other, well-written yaoi couple. And I think that Given isn't that good either, for that matter. But I think it is, like, just from that standpoint too, Given is yaoi, Rio and Mabu is yaoi, but Given is like 100 times better than Rio and Mabu. So Sarasama is way worse than yaoi. And I think the other characters in Sarasama is a better couple. The boy loves the younger boys, and their relationship is better. So yeah, Sarasama is absurdly picked here, purely from SCV left for progressive left-wing thing, right? Saying that makes me sound like I'm super, I believe in this crazy. Doesn't have to do. It's just that this is the, where it's like your political agenda is clearly showing a lot more than your objective standpoint of what's good or bad writing and good or bad. Let's see. But anyway, I really hate this thing. It's ridiculous, and it insults me. And it insults me from like a personal standpoint, because I feel like, so should you just like me because I like yaoi? You know what I mean, right? Like, should you press the like button because I like yaoi? That kind of way, right? It should be about the merits, right? It's ridiculous. It's insulting, and it's insulting to Given, because Given is just way better with the same yaoi thing. They're not even comparable. Like, Rie and Mabo is a horrible couple, really horrible couple. They have a super yaoi dance. Wow, yeah, like that. That's it, right? Oh, okay. See, this is a good couple. That's my couple after Kaguya-sama. Okay, Rika, President-chan. Oh yes, this is a good couple. This is the couple of Arubaru. President and her cute best boy. Yeah, that is the couple where she hates boys, that she loves them, and it's just the best shit ever. It's amazing. That's more than a water break. So this is a really great couple. This is a really great couple with amazing development and interaction and like a lovable storyline, and how he's protecting her and she's being bullied, and then she's like helping him, and this is like a really good couple. President's love story in Arubaru, and my favorite part of Arubaru by far. And like, I always want to cry when I see this thing, because the people doing this list, they're insane. I feel like I'm so frustrated I can't cry, and I really mean that, because if you compare these two here, see the image, right? You see Rio and you see the Rika. It's an insult, right? They have like the best couple this year, Kaguya-sama and President. And then this here is like the second best couple this year. And then we have this thing, which is barely a couple. It's a freaking robot. He's like dancing with a robot, but they're yaois. They're here. It's just ridiculous. Oh, god damn it. That is the worst pick of the whole list. There's all the parts that I felt that every pick was bad, but from like the worst pick. And it's an insult comparing, obviously, them. I think here I have the Yuri couple as well. Yeah, and I was like, what we need more? A Yuri couple. Oh yeah, the Yuri couple. We need that too, right? The Yuri couple. They're also a pretty good couple, yeah. Oh my god, this is so stupid. I hate them. This is such a... Oh my god. Compare this to last year. We had like Bloom Into You, Yagate Kimi no Naru, which was an amazing anime, one of the best anime last year, and an amazing love story between two girls. That was an amazing anime. Bloom Into You is a freaking amazing anime. So good anime. And that was a really good Yuri couple. Really, really good Yuri couple. Compare that to Ymir and Historia, which is like the most, freaking... It's just like the most basic meh relationship, which is very, very basic. And also, for that matter, this is the wrong season in the sense, right? This is a weird yattering here, because that scene there is season 2. So I know my Attack on Titan, right? That episode there, that's a snow episode. That's episode like 10, I think season 2. I am pretty sure. I am 99% sure, I want to say, but I'm very certain that is not season 3, unless they recap that. That's a season 2 scene. And Ymir, without spoiling too much here, isn't actually really involved with Historia in season 3. So, I mean, I really hate the Leo and Mabo pick, because they barely have any development whatsoever. At least Ymir and Historia has some development, some love story, and some self-sacrifice. So at least they have that going for them. So that's good, I suppose. But that is season 2 of the anime. Without spoiling too much, right? Freaking Ymir leaves her, not because of love, but they leaves her because of the general drama with Raynor and Bertholdt and, so on, whatever, Aaron, and they leave. She leaves her with Aaron and so on. In season 2! They're not even together in that season. This is so absurdly affirmative action. It's really retarded. It's like, Oh, here's that Yuri couple. We have 2 Yuri couples. We need some girl love too. We need some girl. Yeah, so pick 2 girls here. Oh my god. It would be better if they had the lesbian couple of Savage Girls. Even though they kind of have a better ship. That would be better. At least she's trying to, make her girlfriend like her. Yeah, that would be better. Oh, this is so stupid. This is the wrong season. I mean, she leaves season 2. It's not even with her season 3. That's like... It's not even in the end of season 2. That's like episode... how can it be? 10, 9 or 10 season 2. Yeah. The season before that. Not the Snow, that's even earlier. The Snow is episode 5 or 6. It's even earlier than that. And then she leaves her... It's like episode 10 season 2, I think. Before the Smiling Titan. So it's even before that. And while Historia has some... Actually, Historia is a very good character in season 3. With her and Aaron and the other part of Historia. That's actually very, very good. The Historia part is actually like one of my favorites of Attack on Titan, actually. But Yumi isn't there for that. She's only like a flashbacks and so on. So Yumi is only like a flashback character mainly. And they don't have any, romantic involvement whatsoever in that season. So... they have only flashbacks, and they are more about Ymir herself and not about her and Historia together. So they don't even a couple. They're not even like interacting with each other. Like I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I am pretty sure, and I really mean it, I don't think they even effing interact. I don't think they even interact with each other that season. I don't think they actually ever meet during this season. And sorry for spoiling the title for you, but I'm pretty sure that Ymir and Historia never actually interacts in season 3. At least not last year, which is core 2 of season 3. Which Ymir is in it all, yeah, only in a flashback, one episode. So they don't even interact in that season. Because the flashback is about her, before she met Historia. So, yeah, this is so stupid. This is sickening. Stupid. I mean, it's full on, pandering. We need to have 2 girls, right? It's full on pandering. It's just, if you like that they have 2 girls there because you want to have that girl stuff instead of having, cute girls around, it's just pandering. It's massive pandering, and it doesn't make any goddamn sense. She should even meet her in that season. I'm sure of that. And I remember, what season she leaves and so on. It's just really stupid. That's probably, this is the dumbest. This was the dumbest pick until this thing. This is definitely the dumbest pick of the whole list so far. This is the most stupid thing in the list so far. This is so stupid. They don't even interact that season. I don't know. We have the belt test and so on, right? What is this thing called? They don't even interact. How are they a couple? They're not even mailing each other. They don't even have any conversation. There's no interaction. They don't even have some mail to each other or password. I don't know. It's just oh my god. This is so stupid. This is so beyond stupid. They don't even anything react. Oh god. Let's go on. But this is beyond stupidity. This is just the ultimate pandering, affirmative action. But they're not even in the season. So how can they oh my god, at least this thing is part of the season. So they're like, we couple, oh yeah. But the only thing is last season. So that also shows that they're both pandering, affirmative action. And they're also stupid. They don't even know what they're talking about. They're all taking, it's like I would sit here and say, what's a good anime last year? Sword Art was a good anime last year. It's like I pick up, some anime. Oh, all a good anime. You know what? Who's my best girl? Oh, it's good. This is my best girl from last year, It's like if I do this thing right, I'm like, this is my best girl from last year. My senpai, yeah, that's my best girl. So I did that thing right. It's like, my best girl is 2019. My senpai, that's my best girl last year. See what I mean? That would be retarded. The people think I'm insane, right? Because that was 2 years ago. Well, I mean, the movie was not this last year, so I could pick myself if I want to. It's kind of like that, right? Yeah, it's like it's just you don't even talk to each other that season. It's insane. Okay, that was the dumbest thing ever. Okay, so last year I wanted Nobuyaki's name is right. I hope it's right. Nobuyaki to win. The voice actor of Bakugo. I think that it was one person that really brought that A game last year. It was Bakugo's voice actor. I'm sorry if I watch his name now. or whatever. But yeah, he, I think, really brought out that crying anger of Bakugo with that Deku All Might still in Bakugo. That was amazing. That was the best performance, in my opinion, last year. He was in the list, though, but he didn't win. But I was like, I just say that, because that was so good. This year, this is non-gender, right? Yeah, this is just best performance. Restarte should win, okay? So Junyu's voice actor from Konosuba, no. Oh God, what's her name now again? Oh my God. I'm sorry, Junyun, because no one loves you, yeah. But Restarte's voice actor, she's clearly carrying half that anime. Koshiro is like fully carried by, Restarte or Listarte screaming and so on, yeah. We're gonna say, I mean, that's half the anime, right? Her reaction. So if there's one voice actor should win this year, it is the voice actor that's doing Restarte. That is clearly the best voice actor. She's so damn good. Otherwise, I think that like Kaguya or President, the narrator of Kaguya-sama, someone there does good stuff. That's really good. Let's see. Who brought some emotional journey? It's probably gonna be, some Tanjiro or something. Let's go. It's gonna be something like Demon Slayer. Oh, it's gonna be some Demon Slayer. It's like, Inosuke or something. It's gonna be some kind of Demon Slayer thing. It's Sky Quartet. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Aqua is actually Sora. She's number one. That's true. I think that, again, I keep saying it, but I love it so much. Dumbbell is like a really good voice acting from Sora. And also, Ai Fusawa as Hibiki. Her first work too is probably the best voice acting after Restarte. That's probably the best, I would say. Ai Fusawa, yeah. Her doing Hibiki is that anime, right? She's carried the anime so much with her voice acting. Her screaming Chihuahua voice, it's really carried that anime. It's really important for that anime. I don't know. Well, that's why I say really carried their animated voice. Pacific with their voice. You know what I would say? I'll just throw it out here, because I think it's what is usually bad. Overhaul's voice, okay? So his voices are very grainy and raspy, and they're usually horrible, but Overhaul's voice is perfect in My Academia. So I would throw it out too. He could win this thing. Come on, please have Restarted at least. No. Can I stop with this? I mean, come on! He's not that good! He's just kind of there in Sarasanmai. He's not the worst voice actor, but he's just kind of there. And this is but he's yaoi, so, we're gonna have him. Of course, Ara is gonna be there. Yeah, that's fine. Demon Slayer is gonna win, right? So, yeah, we're gonna have Demon Slayer. Okay, Bruno again. Oh, God, they're so stupid. How can you not have Restarted? It is objectively idiotic. I mean, if you have seen Cautious Hero, and I know that I pushed anime to the skies, but if you've seen that anime, you would know that the voice action, I'm freaking Google her name now, you would know that the voice acting of Restarte is half of freaking, that is half the anime. Straight up, right? That is the anime. That is the anime. That's the anime. What can I say? She is. Her name is Aki Toyosaki. Aki Toyosaki. She is the anime, right? She is. Yeah. Without her, you wouldn't have Koshihiro. Her reaction, her screaming, her growling, that is Koshihiro. Aki Toyosaki, yeah. Without her, it wouldn't be any Koshihiro. She's half the anime. So her reactions. So by a voice action, performance, she is clearly the best one. I think it's a no-brainer. She is clearly the best one. It's just ridiculous to even compare to other ones. And yeah, it's pretty sad. And then Ai Fusawa, right? Ai Fusawa as Hibiki. But yeah, anyway, I'm used to. Oh my God, I miss that. Whatever. Obviously, this is horrible. This is purely pandering again. Pandering in the utmost sense. At least it's better than a couple, but still pandering. Obviously, Demon Slayer is gonna win. Ara is gonna win, right? She's Ara, so she's clearly gonna win. She has Ara, effect there. Isabelle, I think, is great. I'll say that Isabella is a very good actually voice actor, and obviously Senku is also very good. I would probably pick Senku here from the list as well, because Senku is like he got his carrying his anime right. His voice, his explanation, his expression is the anime. He is really carrying the anime. So as he's the best protagonist, he's also probably the best voice actor from this list. But I think that obviously again, Restart is absurdly. Akito Yusaki, she's absurdly more valuable for her anime, right? Because she is the anime. Her doing Restart is the anime. I keep saying it, but it really is true. So anyway, I don't watch any anime on dubs. Okay, because why would I? Have some hate here. I don't watch that. So whatever, I don't care. Mob maybe it's good. I really don't care at all. Why is Konosuba even here? Why is? Well, they did redo Neo, I guess. Gideon. But like, is Konosuba? Isn't that several years old? I'm saying they're idiots. I don't know. Are they idiots? Has anyone seen the dub here? I actually know people that dub more than the English course. But isn't this anime like several years old? Maybe they dubbed it this year. But I also don't know. Obviously, Sora is one of the best actors of Aqua. I was gonna say that because I'm an Aqua fan, but no, her voice is amazing. And also Dumbbell and so on. Yeah, so she's amazing, and she's Mia, right? And she's Elizabeth and so on. Yeah, so she's amazing. But anyway, this anime was out several years ago, so maybe the dub is out now. The incompetence makes me wonder. Okay, the best comedy, Isekai Quartet. Isekai Quartet, come on baby! Isekai Quartet is probably gonna be it. It's really funny. Kaguya-sama, I would say, is the best comedy though. Kaguya-sama is the best comedy, writing and comedic. And then I would say Koshihiro, of course, Koshihiro. But that's out now, right? Yeah. But Eva is out. The dub is out this year, right? So that's fair, right? It's like redubbed, I think, right? Last year. But Koshihiro, here I feel hopefully might pick, Shinshu no Yusha, right? Because that's a really funny anime. In my opinion, second best comedy anime of last year. They might finally have Dumbbell. They had Mashio. They refused to have the sexy best girls because they're too sexy, right? But they might finally have Dumbbell for comedy because it's really funny at least. Orosuke is really funny. That's kind of my list here. Okay, let's see if they're right. Agresco, that is not as fun as all. Dumbbell, okay, good. I can do this thing again. Best girl, yes. Okay, good. I had that hanging over my bed, after I done this thing. Yeah, could have the ceiling over my bed, right? I can stare at Hibiki's boobs all night long. Isekai Quartet, that's proper decision. Kaguya-sama is obvious, winner probably. Sarasanma is not that funny. Come on, it's funny. See, why do they hate Shinshu no Yusha? Like I think actually on Monday next week, I think I'm gonna have a new t-shirt coming, right? Which is gonna be the Restarted one. So I have one with Aqua and something with similar kind of with Restarted faces there, because it's also really funny. How can they not have Shinshu no Yusha here? It is retarded. Like it's obviously, how cute. This is gonna win, right? Kaguya-sama is gonna win. I love this shirt here with, Kaguya-sama. Yeah, this is gonna win, right? The Kaguya one is clearly gonna win, right? It's clearly gonna win. Kaguya-sama will obviously win this thing. It's really, really funny. It's well written and so on. But from like a shock value comedic standpoint, Cautious Hero. Am I insane? Cautious Hero is freaking godlike funny. You watch Koshihiro and you were laughing and I am at least laughing like 23 minutes straight, right? Every episode with Koshihiro, except the sad moments the last episode. But yeah, I laugh, constantly with that anime. It's so damn funny. It's just so damn funny, and I'm so happy that I found a similar shirt with the Risate. I feel like I'm playing Crazy Piece because the anime is so godlike funny. It's just so funny. Koshihiro. It's not the best written anime with like storyline and character development, but from a comedic standpoint, it is the best. So whatever, it should really be here. These two are really good. I agree. I think this is the number one. I think it's funny and it has good writing. Right? It's a quartet. It's just really funny, but really funny. And after Haiku, this is what I look forward to the most, right? So on Monday. So yeah, subscribe, press the like button, right? Because we of course gonna live react to Isekai Quarter 2 on Monday. I hope we're gonna have Shield Heroes gonna come, right? And hopefully also like the Kevin no Michi restart and so on. Or hopefully also gonna be there, right? More Isekai characters. And you're just gonna be alone in her classroom. But not in class 3. They're gonna go in class 4, right? Because no one know. Yeah, but am I insane? I can't be the only one that thinks that Costas Hero is like a freaking godlike comedy anime. And obviously, I love Dumbbell. I want to pick out my hibiki. I love Dumbbell. I think Dumbbell is really, really funny too. And in that season, Dumbbell was the best comedy anime that season. And the best opening this year. It can open soon, right? But Costas Hero, I feel they hate that anime. Especially from, again, protagonist standpoint, comedy standpoint, even like the opening is so good too. Maybe they can have, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like desperate now. Can I at least have Mytteroids, tit for tat as the opening? Because the opening is the best opening last season also, Koshiro. But I feel they hate Koshiro because he's gender equality, right? Like Kevin no Michi, they're not gonna have Kevin no Michi either. Give it with there's no. Oh my god. They're gonna have used to love Yaoi. Yeah. It's love Yaoi instead. The openings are gonna be the Yaoi openings. Yeah. But anyway, this thing Kaguya-sama is by far the best comedy. Like from like a general standpoint, right? And here we'll take one more anime after this though. As I mentioned, Oresuki. That anime is hilarious. Oresuki is so good too. This is my top 10 this year. Oresuki is so good written. Oresuki should also be in this list because that is much better written than either of these two. And Sarasanmai isn't even that funny. Like, that's a freaking, again, yaoi, progressive yaoi pick. This is why no one likes this Crunchyroll. Because Sarasanmai isn't even a comedy. It's not even fun. I mean, I like the anime, but it's like a drama, relationship, yaoi anime about, 3 boys that are kind of in love with like a, triangle drama, and it's like one brother is evil in Yakuza, and then they have this like, evil actors, and I mean, it has funny scenes, it has funny moments, but it's about connecting. It's about the bridge in every episode, because bridges connect places, okay? I like Sarasanmai. I watch every episode. I know Sarasanmai. I really watch Sarasanmai. It is not even a comedy. It's not even focused on comedy. It's just like, to some degree, it has funny moments. Just like One Piece has funny moments. Macadamia has funny moments, right? Because it has like slapstick comedy. But Sarasanmai isn't even a comedy. It's like a drama. It's like a, like a maturing, knowing your weaknesses, being honest about your emotions, drama, and the whole guilt feeling and so on, right? And that stuff. Yeah, it's about maturing your emotions. It's a drama anime. It's not a freaking comedy. And it's purely there because they either don't understand the anime because they're idiots, or they're like, yaoi, put it here, yeah. Let's put it everywhere. Sarasanmai is getting so much. That is stupid. That is really stupid. That is really, really stupid. Especially compared to like Koshito Hero and Oresuki and so on, which are really funny, which are actually funny animes. And My Room is a Cat, again, I think that's a pretty, in my opinion, pretty bad comedy. I'm not gonna say I think it's a bad anime, but you have to remember there are also other comedy animes this year, like Quintuplets, also really funny. Horror anime though, they don't really like horror anime, right? Bokuben, also really funny. Bad ending though last year there, but really funny overall, right? Bokuben also a good comedy anime, but also horror, right? Horror is like Oresuki, again, best horror anime this year. Also horror anime. So I mean, there's other animes that are clearly funnier, in my opinion. Of course, humor is subjective, so it's harder to argue with humor here, but I think there's a lot of animes that are more comedic than My Room is a Cat. That I think most people would agree on that are much funnier. Like, for example, those 3 horror animes are hilarious. But Sarasanmai isn't even a comedy. It's not even trying to be a comedy. It's a drama anime. Well, at least, and also this is also progressive as hell, right there. Also, I mean, it is a comedy. But I don't think it's funny. But okay, so best fantasy, Shield Hero. So best fantasy, best drama should be Salma. God damn it, but yeah, best fantasy is probably where they will have Demon Slayer, right? So Demon Slayer is gonna win this thing. I feel the fantasy is a stupid genre to have. I'm sorry, but fantasy for me is like, medieval elves and dwarves, right? So it's like isekais. It's like isekais and maybe medieval Japan. It's like Dororo, Demon Slayer, and so on. That's fantasy for me too, I suppose. But I feel that fantasy for them is probably like sci-fi, it's probably so on. I don't like to mix those two in that sense. Fantasy for me means more like, the genre as in being, I don't know, basically medieval kind of elf magic and so on. Tolkien basically. That's fantasy for me. But that's probably not what they mean. Right? They mean fantasy as like anything that's like kind of imaginary. So I guess this includes everything. Like Kanata no Astra is gonna be here. Maybe not here, but I mean in that genre. So obviously Demon Slayer is gonna be here now, even though it's not really a fantasy anime. I wouldn't call it fantasy genre, but it's probably gonna be here and it's gonna win. So it's gonna be like, is it a stone here then? Is that here? Is Promised Neverland here then? I feel this is like a very open. Let me go down here. Yeah, I guess so. Like best drama. So I guess like Dr. Stone, Promised Neverland, Sara Sanmai is probably here. It should be here, but Ketis is here. Yeah, I guess those animes are here, right? It's kind of I feel you should have more genres maybe for that sense. So basically, almost every anime is going to be here, right? Best drama is going to be Arabara for that band, right? It's clearly going to be there. Yeah, Savage Girl System will clearly be best drama. But I guess like best fantasy is going to be all the action animes. Black Clover, whatever, right? One Piece, I guess, also there, and so on. Not say that they will ever include a shonen anime. They hate shonen anime. Obviously, Demon Slayer is accepted, but all but all the ongoing, shonen anime will never be involved for me. I feel that's a big thing too, right? Like with the best fight thing, it's like, why do you hate the ongoing stuff? That's just a contrarian thing, right? It's like, I know Black Clover has a good fight scene, but it's going every week. I can't have that. That shows you that they can't be objective, right? Because they always hate on the ongoing animes that keeps going every week, right? They always hate them, so they're never gonna have them. It's just stupid. Again, right? When the Capcom was judges, that was the best thing last year. But okay, so Demon Slayer is gonna win this thing. I guess this will include animes like Promised Neverland and The Stone as well and so on. Probably. Well, yeah, see, but this for me, this is kind of weird, but whatever, yeah, sci-fi, I mean, this kind of includes everything that's fantasy, right? Bookworm, haven't seen that yet, but not the best isekai at all. Much worse than Shield Hero, I don't know. Not a bad anime, but they are much better, I think, isekais this year. Take on time. Demon Slayer! Yeah, Demon Slayer's gonna win, of course. Sara Sanmai is also there? It's like the yaoi makes them go crazy. It's like, it's like 12-year-old girl party. It's like yaoi. So it's both the best comedy and the best fantasy. It's not even a fantasy anime either. It's not a drama anime. Am I the only one who thinks Sara Sanmai is a drama anime? If anything, it's in drama. Fuck's sake. Oh my god. But it's not even it's stupid. It is so stupid. And why isn't like Demon Slayer in comedy too then? Because that anime is funny also, right? Well, Jesus Christ. But yeah, obviously Demon Slayer is gonna win and they have Promised Neverland here. But like Dr. Stone, much better fantasy than Sara Sanmai, if they, I guess, include this anyway. Come on. It's so... I don't hate Hotsuki. Hotsuki, pretty okay anime. It's like a wholesome isekai, right? Very different. But Dr. Stone does the exact same thing, but it's better. Dr. Stone is like also, let's rebuild, Dr. Stone is basically an isekai, right, isn't it? But it's just, they're very similar, Dr. Stone and Honsuki. But Honsuki, I think, is not comparable to Senku at all. In my opinion, I think it's much better, Dr. Stone. But, and I feel they are very comparable, in my opinion. I think they're very, very similar animes. They're very, very thematically similar. But whatever. So yeah, like it's Bookworm. Bookworm, in my opinion, is also... Do I prefer Shield Hero? Yeah, probably. I'd rather have Shield Hero. And I stand by that. Even though how much I hate Shield Hero. Because... Let's just quickly. Shield Hero, I like it at some point. I love it, right? But at the same time, the other 3 characters are so incredibly stupid. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, the Shield Hero. They're so incredibly stupid. The other characters, they're so incredibly stupid, and it doesn't make any sense. Like they're both like doing. Apparently they're really successful, right, at being heroes, but they're not with Nafumi. But when they meet Nafumi, they really get that. You know, they become like complete morons and do the absolute worst things ever. This is so stupid. And the writing, instead of making Nafumi into an intelligent character, like thank you. The other ones are really stupid instead. So he looks good in comparison. That is bad writing. That is bad writing to like diminish the other characters, to make the other characters stand out as being intelligent. He's more like just common sense, and the other ones are really stupid. Really bad writing. Horrible writing. It shows you that you can't write. I think that is really bad in the Shield Hero. Otherwise, I like Shield Hero, but just that part. That instead of making the main character be a strong and intelligent character, the other characters are instead really stupid. So he is only intelligent in comparison, right? Which is really weak. Anyway, obviously Demon Slayer will think Demon Slayer will absolutely crush the other genre. Yeah, no chance. Sarasanma is the drama anime. Jesus Christ. Promised Neverland is a pretty good anime, but I don't understand the category. Why isn't like Mob Psycho here? Is that not a fantasy? Maybe it's a drama. Yeah, sure. Well, drama. Arabara should win. Arabara should be here. Karatuse, of course. That's good. That's good. Wait, no Arabara here? What is Arabara then? It doesn't make any sense. But at least this is so stupid. This is like really stupid because, I mean, if you go up here, and the best anime of the year, according to them, right, is potentially Omaiden in your 7th season, right? Like this is like potentially the best anime this year, according to them. To themselves, in their argument, this is one of the best animes, right? They claim this is one of the best animes, and I agree with them. But yeah, they claim it's one of the best animes. Okay, fine. So it should be one of the top 6 animes. And then in best drama, the problem with this kind of course that this should include the same animes, right? That are also drama from the best. So why isn't it here? Because what else is that anime? The anime is clearly a drama anime with comedy. So how can Kellen Tuesday be here, but not Savage, but not Arebaru? That is really stupid. How? Because obviously, again, it's here, right? Yeah, it's here. And that one is here. And that one is in fantasy, right? And Mob also was gone, but yeah, also in fantasy, right? So and that's in drama. So that doesn't make any logical sense, right? That is like completely illogical failure, right? From Crunchyroll. How can there be that judge series? It doesn't make any sense. Again, this is here, for example, right? I know we've done this twice now, but you know what I mean. And then if you go down here to best fantasy, we can find what was in the best year, right? Because that makes sense. And that also in the best year makes sense. But then, obviously, here we should have Arebaru, which also win. So that's really stupid. That's like really dumb. Like that doesn't make any sense whatever. And I want to feel that's pretty my point here. That's stupid. How can it be like that? I mean, in comedy, nothing in comedy was in best year anyway. So this is like a random list. And honestly, I would argue say that they shouldn't be allowed to have both best, in my opinion, if you have a best category, I feel that the totally best, best year in total, maybe you should be allowed to include, the same thing again, because obviously best year should also include the best of each genre, right? So you could argue and say that I think it would be more better, fair, and so on if they didn't include any of the 6 recommended best animes in the more, sub-genres, right, of best umbrella. Because the best of the year is the umbrella, right? It's the top thing, right? The other ones are under it. So that could also be an interesting point, I would say. But clearly, this is illogical bullshit. Doesn't make any sense. Especially if this anime is here, but not Arebaru. I know I said like 10 times now, but yeah, and also Villain here and Promised Neverland. So this should basically be the same list again. This should have this should be the same list again, and this is definitely the best anime. Yeah. It's just so stupid. It doesn't make any sense. But whatever. We already talked about all of them, except I guess Babylon. See, I guess Babylon is a drama mainly, but this is also where I feel that Babylon is like a psychological thriller suspension anime. It has drama, of course, but it's also why I don't really like this genre, because I don't think it's like a drama anime, in my opinion. I don't think it's like, it's like about drama. I think Fruit Basket here is that's a drama anime. That's a drama, definition of drama, right? Relationship, triangle for a lot of different love interest and backstories and sadness and dead parents, and like that is a drama anime. Fruit Basket is like the definition of a drama anime, and probably should win this. Of this category, I think that this anime should win. Yeah, this is the best drama, in my opinion. Drama-wise, yeah. This, I think, is, it's drama-ish. In the same way, I think that the stars align. I've seen tennis anime. I like sport anime. I've seen it. Yes, it is more drama-oriented than it's like shonen-oriented. It is less of, like the I will kill the world with my tennis ball kind of shonen anime. Yeah, it's less Prince of Tennis and I guess more drama. That's kind of true, but it still is a sport anime with not overly much focus on drama. I mean, more than usual, I guess, but not like. Also, I don't think it's a drama anime. I don't think it fits for the genre. I think it's a lot better dramas. I don't know. This is a drama for me. This is a death drama. Obviously, Arabara should be here and easily beat this anime so much. Promised Neverland, also the drama anime. Vinland Saga. What does the word drama mean for them? It's not drama. It's like historical drama as opposed to anything, but it doesn't feel like a drama anime. This, I think, will be fantasy, even though it's like historical fantasy. Is it Vinland Saga historical fantasy? It wasn't here, I think so. No, it wasn't here. I don't know. I feel it fits more here. I'm going crazy on this. Anyway, now we're going to the bullshit. Okay, so be ready for the rant. Be ready for the anger. So you know that I love doing opening reaction. Follow my channel. You know I love doing opening reaction. You know I love doing, like, oh, look at the opening of Bunny Senpai, or, how much I love, what is it? The Black Clover openings. Opening 10 is effing amazing. Best shit ever, right? Vika Blank again, right? You know how much I love this stuff, right? So openings for an anime I think is very important. They tell you a lot about anime, and so there's so many good openings each year. So last year, the dumbest part of last year was truly that they had. So we had Black. Sorry, we had the Black Clover opening 3, which is Black Rover by Vika Blank, same they did opening 10 this week, right? Last Tuesday, and that opening was incredibly popular. Like it had roughly 13 million views. It's a one video on YouTube. Altogether, had something like 20 million views. With all the videos on YouTube, and today that one video has more than 1 million views of Vika Blank, the full version on YouTube. And obviously that's a popularity fallacy. Doesn't mean it's right? Doesn't mean that it's the correct thing to have, because that's ad populus fallacy. So you can typically every person in China is right, ergo right is good for you. Yeah, that's a fallacy in argumentation, but it still is kind of like there is no fire, no smoke without fire and so on. Yeah, it's like, well, if everyone seems to love this opening, it's probably pretty good. It's like, it's a fallacy to claim that just because a lot of people like something, it is truly the best thing. That's a fallacy. But saying that, well, most people seem to love this opening, like 30 million people or more, but let's say 30 million unique views. Seems to love the opening. Where Agresco's opening had like 20,000 views. So you see comparison right there. And you can also say that probably the 13 million opening, 13 million opening is probably 30 million versus 20,000. It's probably a lot better, right? So that's an argument from like a reasonable argument without saying it's a fallacy. Because I'm not saying it's true or false. I'm just saying it's arguably probably the right thing. So we had that last year. Right? We also had animes like also very popular opening, Howling. Okay, Howling was the opening of Seven Deadly Sins, with done by Flow and Grand Rodeo. So like Flow was on a lot of openings like Naruto, Cookie so on, and Grand Rodeo so like Quick in the Battle openings, and also like also Needless and so on, for example. And so two pretty famous bands, and they've done the ending so before to Seven Deadly Sins. So Howling. Also very, very popular. And most people's number 2 and so on. Yeah, thanks for my shirt, of course. It's awesome. Very, very good opening. Also ignored, right, and so on. So the list last year was utter effing crap. They had 2 good openings. They had the opening from Watercall, which I really love, okay? You know, yeah, that's this great opening. I love the opening. And they had, of course, Darling in France. We had a good opening. It wasn't the best opening last year, but it had a good opening. But the other 4 things were utter retardation. And I spent like an hour probably last, I think, just whining about how much I hate those 4 openings, yeah. So everything from quality and it was a good opening. It has a good song, but to tell you the storyline. If you watch, like, one of my favorite openings of all time is Naruto Shippuden opening 6, right? And that opening is so good because it tells you the journey of Jiraiya. If I spoil it here, but you see Jiraiya, right? You see the Sasuke Itachi thing, you see the Naruto emotions, and you really see, like, the storyline of Jiraiya and Pain and so on, and Nagato and Conan and all of that stuff, right? In that opening by itself. And this music is perfectly fitting what's happening and so on. So that opening tells you a story, and it's an amazing opening. Look, for example, opening 16 in Naruto, so keep it Shippuden. When Naruto runs, and he's first a kid, he becomes older, he becomes this thing, he becomes the Kage, right? You see that running, and it's like that a good storyline. It tells you the journey of Naruto from episode 1 to the last episode, where he's fighting on the big baddies, right? Look at the Naruto ending 37, shows you the whole manga, whatever. Good opening. Look at, for example, this is more a great storyline opening here. FMA opening 4. That is a good opening. It's Full Generation Rewrite, very good opening. One of the best, maybe the best opening ever. And so on, right? So the opening tell you a story. So if you look at the best opening for every season, it is basically East Black Clover all the time, right? And I really mean that. I mean, you know, I like Black Clover, but Jesus Christ, the Black Clover openings, they always keep telling you that good storyline. It shows you the characters. Yes, they do spoil you. From like an anime only watch, they do spoil you. But they are so good at telling you hints and storylines and characterization. So in the last opening, we see Lich crying, you know, and Lich is crying, and then other Lich hugs him, and you feel sympathy for Lich in the opening. And then we see Nero crying, and then we have it's black and white, and they open this door, and it becomes colorful, and it's like that's a great opening, right? Like a very, very good opening. This season so far, Black Clover opening 10 is the best opening this season. It really is. From my objective, and that's me from my art director stand. This is what I do for a living, right? For some degree at least, and I really mean it. From a professional perspective, Black Clover opening 10 is the best opening this season, easily so far. I haven't seen the half because most animes doing episode 1 and they haven't done the opening yet, so I haven't seen all the openings. But I feel that's one of the best openings. This is the best so far, from like a art directional standpoint. How they're showing you the storyline, so maybe too spoilery, but if you ignore that, right, this is really, really good. And if you then go back a step and look at last year, I could easily say that every Black Clover opening, just like freaking last year, every Black Clover opening should basically be in the list, right? Because Jesus damn Christ, Black Clover. So last year we had 9, 8, 7, 6, right? 9, oh my, that opening is good. 7, 2 different versions. So Lich the King and so on, version 2, and the hat and so on. That's a good opening. It's a really good opening. I mean, last year we had 5. I think it's almost better than 3. Really good openings, and so on. So, Painted Black is good too. So all the openings are fantastic. For example, I'm pissed off already because obviously they won't be in the Black Clover. They hate Black Clover. They always hate Black Clover, so they won't be in the Black Clover. What do we have more for good openings? It's not Black Clover. We had Orosuki. Great opening. Oh yeah, I want to see caution of. Oh yeah. They won't have that because they really hate. They seem to really hate Cautious Hero. But that is a really good opening too. The best opening last season is of course. Oh yeah. The opening is amazing. And the best opening this year, I would easily say, of course, and they should really win, right? It's of course Dumble, right? It's of course, you know, Onegai Muscle, yeah, Silent Chest. I mean, if there's one opening that's good this year, it is freaking, you know, Dumble. Onegai, that opening is so addictive. It's so perfectly, and it's so like silly, you know, Benku Press, Hamilton. It's so ridiculously funny. It just perfectly fits and all the action and like Sidon Chestos in Master. I mean, that opening is just so perfect. And there's one opening people love this year, and even in Japan, right? Because in Japan they're playing that song in like the gyms and so on the streets. So if there's one opening people love this year, it's Dumbbell. So Dumbbell, that should really be here. Rest I'm gonna like take my poster now, but F them. They're probably not gonna have Dumbbell here, right? But Dumbbell opening is so damn good. It should really win this year. Please, for God, use some brain for once. People at Crunchyroll and judges, because judges are usually some losers, yeah. Please, for God's sake, have Onigai Muscle there. That's the most obvious pick for best opening. All the good openings. Fire Force opening 1, opening 2 is pretty crap, I think. Oh, crap, I think it's decent, but opening 1 I think is really good. Opening 1, that is so shonen, that is scream shonen. That is the shonen opening, yeah, it's a scream to shonen. Super shonen opening, love it, so good opening. Vinland Saga opening 2, I think is better than opening 1. I actually really like Mad Kids Shield Hero opening, which is kind of funny. I just like to call Mad Kids, right? Because obviously the film is very mad, so I just like to call Mad Kids. But it's a good opening. Quintuplets, I think, is like a really good opening. How's it going again? Och yeah, Usagi-chan, yeah, I love it, yeah. It's like, that opening is fantastic. Kaguya-sama, of course, love me, mister. Yeah, it's a great opening, should be it too. Promised Neverland, overall, also good opening. Also a good opening. And Mob Psycho. Oh, I love Mob Psycho too, when they go crazy, yeah. Mob Psycho also a good opening. But given that they are complete crazy people, they're gonna pick some, super yaoi yuri openings that has like no bearing on quality whatsoever. So they're gonna have the worst. I don't wanna press the button because I know how much I'm gonna hate it. It's the exact same last year. It's like this is the worst shitty ever. But I will say one thing though. They're probably gonna have Sarasanma here because Sarasanma, of course, is a yaoi anime, so they're gonna have Sarasanma, and that is Kanabo, and I think that's a great opening actually. Sarasama has a very good opening. Not the best opening, but a good opening. So at least that probably is going to be here. It's going to be reasonable. Carol Tuesday will definitely be here, right? And the opening is okay. I don't think it's the best opening. I don't think it's nearly the best opening this year. I think it's pretty, like, it's not even top 10 best opening. It's like not even top 20. It's like place 50 or something. But it's like okay opening. It's definitely going to be here, right? It's going to be something like Aggressive or something. It's going to be some absolute crap that no one likes, has like one view on YouTube that no one cares about. Or, of course, yes, views aren't everything, but I mean, if you have like one view versus like 20 million views, it's a difference. It's a difference at least. You have to have some bearing on reality, right? It's like, you can make something great and no one ever see it, of course. Like a tree falls in the forest, no one hears it. But it still is, It still matters though. But the thing is that Aggressive, like last year, they just picked it because it's progressive, right? It's not because it's good. It's one thing that argues saying this is a good game or a good movie or a good anime or a good opening in the sense that even though no one ever saw it, yes, and I guess it isn't. I guess this crap list won't have a Dumbbell, right? Seeing a comment now, and this is so stupid. Like the Dumbbell won't be here. Where Onigai Musket is clearly the best opening. That's why, if you read my thumbnail, I have not seen this list, but I was sure they were gonna ignore Hibiki Best Girl for Best Girl list, and they probably won't have Onigai Musket. That's why I have a thumbnail with a crying Hibiki, or a panicked crying Hibiki, because I know that these people are utter incompetent. Okay, let's press the button then. It won't be a Dumbbell, and I will hate them. I hope you're trolling me in the chat because. Okay, first one. Oh yeah! Surprise! Carol and Tuesday, yeah. They really love Carol Tuesday, and they're idiots because it's a pretty bad anime. I already talked about at length why the anime failed, and I think it's a pretty good opening. But the thing is that you have to look at an opening isn't just the song. I still said it earlier. An opening, even though I mentioned it a lot, right? An opening is, of course, the animation, the storytelling, and so on. And the story of opening 1 of Cat Opening 2 is really bad. Opening 2, horrible opening. Opening 1 has a little bit story, holding hands. So there is some storyline there, but it's no Black Clover, right? And so on. It's a very mediocre opening. I think opening 1 is just okay. The song is good. Visualization of it is mediocre. Opening 2 is really bad. Opening 2 has horrible visualization. And when you argue for openings, you have to look at the visualization in combination with the song, right? And the storyline that the opening is telling you. You can't just look at the lyrics, doesn't make any sense. Then it should be best music, not best opening. So obviously a bad pick from them, a predictable pick. And that's also probably in them, right? They're both super, obvious, they're incompetent and so on, but they're also very predictable. So they're very predictable. You know they're gonna pick this anime because they love this anime so much. Okay. The rest of the Kanyo is a good opening though. It's a good opening, okay. This is an actual good opening. This is actually one of the best opening that season. It's not even the best opening that season. But I think it's one of the weaker openings. Still less. I don't know, yeah, like maybe I like you also have Mob Psycho that season, and of course you do have Kaguya-sama. You do have Love. But this is a strong opening. I think this is a good opening. This is a much better opening than Karen Tuesday, especially from a visual standpoint. This is telling a story much more than that opening. This is a very mediocre opening, right? Mediocre, good song, mediocre visualization. Good song, good. This is okay. This is okay. I'm not hating on because this is actually a very good opening. Might be the best opening that season list, so that's fine. Okay, I like that. I said it earlier too, right? Fire Force was a very good opening. That is one of the best openings this year. I think it's almost, but I did the top 10 opening list. I had, for per season, right? I had, of course, Dumbbell as number 1 for that season. So Dumbbell is just amazing. But I had this number 2. So I think that I would argue, basically, that the only opening I think is better than Inferno is Dumbbell. And they were the same season, so they had Dumbbell over it. So I think this is fine, because my number 1 to 10 would include both Inferno and Onigai Muscle. So as long as you have Dumbbell further down, I'm gonna be decently, not happy, yeah. Okay, I said Mob Psycho. I'm still worried, it's still Dumbbell still, but I said Mob Psycho again, also one of the best opening this year. That is also, in my opinion, top 10 opening this year. So that's good. The first one is absolute crap, but these 3 are fine. I'm still liking, of course, oh yeah, and Onigai Muscle. If you have those 2 as the last 2 openings, this list won't actually be horrible. It's probably gonna be Demon Slayer. Okay, Uberworld, I said that too. Uberworld, a lot of first season here, a lot of winter 2019. Yeah, 3 so far from the winter. They have 1 spot left now for Onigai Muscle. Can I please have Onigai Muscle? I feel like they are living, they're living in their own freaking bubble. Like Onigai Muscle is one of the most popular openings in Japan, like in the actual viewers in the country, so right. Come on, like everyone knows. I mean, Onigai Muscle is an opening that I, sent to people at my work and so on, like my other work. Not so many, nerds or so on. Like this song is awesome. This is a song that I can send to non-Japanese, non-anime fans. Like, this is a pretty catchy song. Like Onigai Muscle is so damn catchy. I was like, yeah, it's catchy. Onigai Muscle is the opening that you can have. Okay, I have Hibiki. Okay, we're ready. Please, the last one up, please. See? You're fucking idiots. There's a fucking idiots. You're so fucking stupid. What is wrong with them? Why do they hate? They have Machu, like they have the call. Why do they hate Hibiki so much for? It's ridiculous. Furusawa, her first, anime she did, right? It's just that Fire Force, yeah, Fire Force easily losing to Onigai Muscle. In that season, obviously, Onigai Muscle was beating Fire Force easily, and they beat everything else too. It's just so retarded. It's just like, they're idiots. They're complete idiots, and I really mean that. Fight me, someone. It's like, oh my god, I know I was gonna effing hate this list because this is like last year. When last year everyone I felt rallied behind, Black Rover. I was like, that is the best song. It's like that was the unanimous decision from all my work. I mean, I work with a lot of nerds, right? They watch anime and so on. Everyone was like, Black Rover, man. Everyone was like, Black Rover at the company party, yeah. Like Black Rover was the song that everyone was like, this is the shit, yo. Yeah, that was that song, right? They were like, no Black Clover at all, even though Black Clover is so good openings. And also, 5 and Kurakumi opening 4, but whatever. So utter failure, not having Black Clover as always. But this year, everyone was rallying behind, I feel then, Onigai Masker. Like I could go, I literally went to work, first day after Dumbbell, and I sit there and send, and I go, we have this, work chat, right? We have this chat system to talk to everyone at the company, right? And I'm just like, listen to this new anime opening, and I like send it to like my boss, like my boss doesn't get anime, and my my other boss, that she just watched no anime or so on. And I send, I like all mail everyone like Dumbbell, that this is the opening of the year. Like I send it to everyone, non-anime people and so on. Like well, most people are nerds in the sense because of IT company, but most people that don't watch anime, right? There are more gamers and so on. I'm like, listen to this opening, it's freaking catchy as hell, and everyone's like, it's freaking super catchy, yeah. And everyone, maybe they were nice to me, but I don't think so. Because I'm not a nice person. I'm very objective, and I'm a very in your face kind of person, right? Especially at work. I'm more in your face in real life than I'm here on YouTube. I'm actually holding my anger back right now, right? My normal anger, right? I am much more like direct, mainly because of the the voice thing here for YouTube, right? I can't just say whatever I want. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm much more direct, not bad-mouthed, but I'm much, yeah. So I don't think people would lie. I always tell people I want you to tell me the facts, right, in my face. Yeah, tell me what you think. Yeah. So I sent Onigai Masker to everyone, literally. They all replay. I was like, chat, everyone, here's a mail, Onigai Masker. And everyone loved it. Well, or else they were afraid of me. I mean, they could be afraid of me too. I'm a big, Viking, right? So they could be afraid of me as well. That's like a possible scenario. But still, though, I would say, obviously, Onigai Masker is a freaking godlike song, okay? And they have it in the human, they have it in freaking street and so on. It's a hit in Japan and so on. It's a fantastic opening, and the ending is cool too, right? And it's perfectly fit, and it's so silly, and it's just so damn catchy. It's so damn catchy, and it's not here. It's just so stupid. It's just so stupid. Like that is the opening that I think everyone can agree on. That is a good opening. And sometimes, right, you could always say, what's the best opening? Is it this? Or is it this one? And people can have very different opinions. Like some people might, really love Overworld. I like Overworld, and some people might love, the Prophet, and they fight and so on, right? But I think everyone loves Dumbbell, done by, of course, the main character. Everyone's like, man, this is the shit, yeah. I stand by it. I think everyone loves Dumbbell. It's like this is the catchiest song, this is the catchiest tune last year. Not having Dumbbell here is a disgrace, right? It's just retarded, isn't it? It shows that they have zero connection to reality. Yeah, it's just like they don't know what reality is, right? They don't know what people actually like. Or they have no taste. Jesus Christ. Dumbbell is an amazing opening. Where, of course, this is utter crap. Compared to Dumbbell, this is crap. This is a turd. This is like a turd sandwich with crap on top of it. Right? It's, sprinkled pistol. Yeah, like this is a horrible opening compared to, for example, Dumbbell. In comparison, it's a really bad opening. I think that, can't you say, it's like a 7 out of 10 opening. But yeah, I said it earlier, the sequence of the opening, that's what I'm talking about primarily, right, with Karen Tuesday. Karen Tuesday's, the actual animation and visualization of the opening is really poor. Like, they are dancing around a bit, they're holding hands, and they kind of stand there. I mean, it has some storyline, but very little. As I mentioned earlier, compare, for example, Karen Tuesday opening to, like, Naruto, put it up again, flow again, sign. That tells you the Uriah storyline. It tells you the love of, Uriah and Naruto and Nagato and so on. Yeah, music is subjective, but you can definitely look at with opening. We're looking at, the how it's fitting the anime and what the story opening is telling you. What is that emotional part of the opening? And this opening here has almost no emotional journey whatsoever. It's like, yeah, we're friends now. That's the opening. And it's like the episode 1. It's a very, very shallow opening. You look at, Annie Black Clover opening, and it's like that is telling you, oh, here's him crying, she is crying, that guy's dying over there, they are fighting, they're helping that person is betraying someone. It's telling you, like, it's a freaking storyline. That 1.5 minute is telling you, like, a 10 minutes, 10 episode storyline. It's an amazing opening. Like, Fire Force tells you nothing except the fighting out, but it looks badass at least. It is super shonen. It just looks badass. But still though, the Fire Force opening isn't even close to Black Clover. But obviously, they hate Black Clover, right? They always hate on the openings that are, you know, ongoing animes. For example, One Piece Wano, really good opening too. Not the best opening I feel from for that singer, because he's done opening 1 and 17 and 19. But still, I would say that opening, you know, Wano opening is probably better than the Carol Tuesday. Like it's up there from visual standpoint at least. Cutscene showing you the Luffy fight. Zoro cutting the stuff, the new Who. Yeah, from a visual standpoint, purely at least, the Wano opening is definitely better than Karen Tuesday. From just ignoring the music, just the visual is much better. And it's also better than Fire Force, I think so. I think the song here is better than the One Piece Wano opening, but visualization is weaker than One Piece Wano. Oh God, I hate this thing. I genuinely hate them. I genuinely hate them. It's just like, what's wrong with you? Like, what's wrong with you? I had like a mental breakdown. No, but it was the same last year, right? It's the same last year. The openings are, and it's so irritating because they have a few good openings here. I do really like the Mob Psycho opening. That is the best opening. That is, I mentioned it before. We opened the past, right? I like the opening. I like the Promised Neverland opening. I think this is a very strong opening. So I don't think the list here is completely bullshit. I think the Domestic no Kanyo also a strong opening. But where's my dumbbell? Where's my yeah? But obviously they have completely ignored Koshihiro. Not even in comedy. I mean, yeah. I think it's almost everyone also. I feel that the general consensus this last season, of course, was that yeah, Tit for Tat was the best opening last season. I think most people agree with that. It looked awesome, had great music, and also I think Onosuke had a really good opening. Or more opening than we had last season. I even did a top 10 opening. I've done a top 10 video for the last openings, but Onosuke is strong. See now, Ken no Michi, I think it's probably a better opening than Karen Tuesday. Also, Beastar is a better opening. We can list like freaking like every anime top 10 last year. Sarasanmai, which I talked about have here, because it's very yaoi, is a better opening. It's a much better opening actually. Kanabun, very good opening actually. Yeah, that's a great opening. That's better. Visualization and I would say music. As I mentioned earlier, Quintuplets. I think it's a great opening. Visualization, lyrics fitting what's happening and so on. The girls singing their own part. It's one singer per scene, right? The 5 different actors. What is one of our favorite openings? Love me, Mr. Guyasawa, also great opening, also much better than Karen Tuesday. This half of the stream now, I feel is telling you how much I don't like Karen Tuesday. But it's an okay anime. Then it goes to crap in the second part, but it's an okay anime. But they act like it's the best anime ever, right? It's a new Megalobox, yeah. It's like everywhere where it shouldn't be nowhere. It's like it shouldn't really not be in best, yeah. And of course, because the music anime, they're gonna have it in the music in the opening. It's a really weak opening. It's a weak opening. Not even in the top 10 of that season. From a visual standpoint, it is really weak. What other openings were better? Fruit Basket, opening 2, really strong opening 2. Fruit Basket, that had a very strong opening, visual standpoint. Very good visual opening. Fruit Basket, the second part with the umbrella part and the mob and so on. That's a very good, perfectly fitting the music. Very strong opening. Dr. Stone opening, I think that's a great opening too. Burnout Syndrome, also a very strong opening. Oh man, I can list so many openings that I think should be in this list here. More than Man of the Animes are here. I think that's a problem I feel with Promised Neverland. I want to touch on that, I guess. Good joke, but Promised Neverland is like, I'm a big fan of Uberworld. I grew up with Bleach, right? Read every week the chapters. We have a Bleach poster up there. Over my Spider-Man is a Bleach one. The Bleach, opening 2 is of course Uberworld. And since that moment, I'm like, that's the best opening in Bleach. So I really like Overworld since I was like, I don't know, let's say 15. But I started reading Bleach when it started. I read Bleach every chapter. I read Bleach literally from when it started. So I was after Bleach chapter 1 and follow it every week. Same with the anime. So I watched Bleach every damn week, guys. So I was like 16 when Bleach started. So I'm old, right? And I watched it every week. So I watched it every week, and I was like, oh yeah, Overworld. But they also did, for example, Blood Plus opening 3, for example, Change, roughly the same time. There's Bleach and so on. So I also like Overworld, and they have really good openings for. Oh god, 7 Deadly Sins, right? Not visualization-wise, but they're good song-wise. So, but I think this is kind of the same thing here too, right? Promised Neverland looks a lot better than 7 Deadly Sins. We have a crappy opening. God, how I hated the opening. Last year of 7 Deadly Sins, oh my god, it's so ugly. It is so ugly. Horrible opening. But the song is great. And I think Promised Neverland, unfortunately, has to kind of the same thing, right? Where it's not an ugly visualized opening, but it's kind of like a nothing opening. It's kind of running and it's kind of scary, but not really showing anything. I feel that the Promised Neverland visualized opening, I feel it's pretty weak. Like, it doesn't really give you too much to go with. I really love the song, though. I really love the song. It's one of my favorite songs this year. But the combination of opening is supposed to be animation, right? Visualization. And the song, and it's really weak on the visualization part because it's kind of just there. It kind of shows you them running and doesn't really dwell into any. It kind of shows you Isabella and so on, but doesn't really develop any emotions in the sequence. So I don't. I mean, even I mentioned it earlier before I pressed the button. I don't feel it necessarily belongs in the top 6. It's more like a top 11, 12 for me than that. But as I knew they love this anime, it was Emma and so on, so of course you're gonna have it here, right? But I would definitely not pick it for the best anime opening, definitely not. But it's somewhere in the top for me, but not like at the maximum top because it's weak on the visualization. It's not terribly weak like Step 7 is, but it's weaker than, for example, Black Clover or One Piece or something like that, right? It's weaker than them. The song is better, but it's weaker visualization. It's weaker than Sarasama, definitely. It's much weaker than, for example, Mob Psycho, which is a very good opening. Definitely the best opening this season. And then we have Vinland Saga. I like Merit and Mission, so maybe I will bias here, but I do like opening 2 a lot more than opening 1. I think opening 2 is a lot better than this is opening 1. I really like Man with the Mission, so I think that I would say I'm biased there, right? And this is what I mean, right? I feel that if you're gonna actually be a good reviewer with Crunchyroll and the people they have, they clearly aren't, right? Because you can't really, take a step back, right? They're like, I like Yaoi Sarasanmai, even though it's horribly written. The little couple of Leo and Mabu, horribly written, but whatever. So they can't, their political agenda is in front of their, objective standpoints, right? So it's really bad, right? But I would say here, because I'm not like them, because I'm not, an emotional, fool, so to speak. I would say here that maybe opening 1 is better than opening 2. Personally, I'm a big fan of the opening 2 band, as I mentioned, so I really liked the opening. But I could, from an objective standpoint, see that opening 1 is probably better visualized, and then you have, if you like opening 1 song better, I mean, it's better, right? So I can say that they might be right on that. See what I mean? That's using your brainwave, right? That's using your distance, right? Because I'm like, personally, I like opening 2 a lot more, but I am probably very biased because I really like Man with the Mission. So, it probably reflects on why I like that. That being said, though, I think that neither, in my opinion, of course, is better than Dumble. Obviously neither of these are not that good. I don't think they are that good. I think I had, in my top 10, in my own list, I had the opening at spot 9, I think, that season. After animes like Dumble, it's the same season, right? Yeah, Dumble and some other animes that season. But basically all of them, no, but it was 9 or 8 or something like that. I think I had the spot 9. that opening. So, and it's the same thing as like Dumble and Fire Force. They're both higher than that, and then has some more animes in between. There's a Stone that season. I think that's a better opening too, right? Yeah. Hello World. Oh, that's a great song. Hello World is a really good song, and I think it shows you more of the characterization of Senku and so on. But yeah, God, I'm so tired of this shitty list. God, this is so ridiculous. I mean, come on. Onigai Masker is clearly the best one. It's interesting though, because they have like no opening from the winter season, right? No. They completely ignored like 2 seasons. It's like nothing from winter and nothing from the summer. Or sorry, fall. I mean fall. Sorry, the last season. Nothing from fall and nothing from the summer. I think so. This is like spring, winter, spring, right? Yeah, I think so. Spring, winter, spring. Yeah, right. No, maybe that's the actual story. No, that is one from the summer. Okay, one from summer. Here, one from summer. Nothing from the fall. And I would say that like Orosuki is better than this opening, a lot better than this opening. Tit for Tat, again, Koshiro, a lot better than this opening. Beastars, also better than this opening. And so on. I would have like a long list of openings that is better than this opening. Yeah, and especially better than freaking Karen Tuesday. But here you have, one reason again, right, why people don't like, I think, Crunchyroll, and again doesn't judge and so on, right? Because it's very much like, do they actually think this is the best opening? I mean, there probably is someone out there that do love this opening. And I like the song, but from a visual standpoint, again, it's a really weak opening. It has zero storytelling whatsoever and so on. So do they actually think objectively that it's a good opening? Or have they just taken this opening because they have so many other, goddamn Carol Tuesday moments? Best girl, Carol. Best antagonist, even though she's better antagonist, Angela. It is after half the anime. Best year anime and so on, right? So I feel that they're very, very into Carol Tuesday. And then because it's a music anime, they have to take its opening, even though it's definitely, from any like objective visual standpoint, definitely not even like top. I would go so far as say that I could probably list 50 openings from like an art directional standpoint, storytelling standpoint of an opening that are better than Karen Tuesday opening 1. Opening 2 is even worse though, so it's a horrible opening. I mean, okay, for example, I keep saying all the time, but like Black Clover, every opening from Black Clover is better than opening, easily better opening. From a storytelling perspective, yeah, every One Piece, yeah, both 5 Force openings, number obviously. Basically every damn isekai opening. Like Shield Hero, oh, much better opening this opening, much better opening. Shield Hero, much better. Harem openings, Orosuki, Quintuplet, Bokuben I think is better also from a visual standpoint. Yeah, Bokuben shows you the characters, right? It shows you the personality. Savage Quintuplet, it shows you different characters and so on. Whatever, I'm tired of this thing, but you know what I mean. It's just like I don't even think they like it themselves. I would go so far and say I don't even believe they like this anime that much. It's just like, oh, it's 2 female main characters, it's music, it's different, it's non-violent, even though they have actual violence, but you know what I mean? It's kind of like that, it's like that, the progressive anime to just have it everywhere, even though it's not that good. And of course, they have to have it for music, because it's the music anime. They had it for score too, right, didn't they? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just like, they have to have it everywhere. It's almost worse than Demon Slayer, but it's not gonna win anything though. It's not gonna win anything though. But I do agree though. I do agree that Mob Psycho should be there and it should win, right? That Manshai is good too, yeah. That Manshai, that's cool. That's a good opening too. Also better than Current Tuesday. But I wouldn't say that Manshai is better than, like, for example, opening from Fire Force. That is a better opening, I think. I think Fire Force has a really good opening. It's except Dumbbell, that season. I think that Dumbbell and Fire Force, that's the summer season. Yeah, summer season had Dumbbell and Fire Force. Those two were amazing openings. I think the other openings were really close. I think the openings were much better than everything else. But anyway, endings. Okay, so Aurabara is a good ending. Okay, shows you the character and so on. There is some Black Clover endings I think is good, but obviously there won't be any Black Clover endings. So, there's some Black Clover endings, but they will never be here. Don't they take it for... That would be a Det har been insulted av the Black Clover ending på något för öppning. You know, I think it's gonna be like Dororo. That would make sense, actually. They like Dororo. It would make sense to have a Dororo ending. That would be like reasonable, actually. But they're pretty good endings. I kind of like Bokube's ending. They're gonna have better. I mean, they can't even have Dumble in openings. Obviously, you're correct. The list is gonna be horrible. Like, the list is clearly gonna be crap, because if they can't even have Dumble in the opening list, they're not gonna have good. They're not gonna have good. They are not gonna have good. Endings. That's clear. Like, from experiencing the horrible system list here, obviously this will suck. But. What more can it be? I always watch the endings, but I think actually there were many weak endings. Oh, Dr. Stone! That's a strong ending. I kind of wanted to win thinking about Dr. Stone had a great ending. Kind of showing you. But obviously, if it counts, if it counts, it's a Chica dance, right? The Chica, the Chica dance, obviously. Love, the Chica dance. The Chica dance should easily win, right? If the Chica ending episode 3 isn't here, that would be weird, because the Chica dance, that is the best ending. And then I can take, restart this dance or something, I don't know. The Chica dance, I suppose that counts, it's one episode only, but that's the viral hit, right? And it's easily gonna win if it's here. So okay, let's press it. Okay, so... I'm sorry! I should have changed the thumbnail. I did the thumbnail again before I watched this, and I knew it was gonna be Cat Tuesday. A bit in it. I mean, I knew by assuming it's gonna be, but I mean, knew as in I'm freaking sure it. But I thought it was gonna be. This is like more than Demon Slayer now. I feel like this is worse than Demon Slayer now. It's the new Megalobox. Clearly, it's a different anime. That being said, though, I do think that this is a pretty good opening. It's a pretty good ending. I think that the ending is better than the opening, though. I will say that I actually really like both endings for Carol and Tuesday. I think they actually are pretty good endings. If I have to be honest, I think the ending is actually pretty good. But Beastar should be here. Beastar is a really good ending. But it started to look ridiculous. It's progressive. We have to have it everywhere. We have to have Carol and Tuesday. It's everywhere. Even though it really sucked part 2. And I really mean that. I don't hate the anime, but god damn it disappointing it was, the part 2 of it. It really didn't make any sense. It was just so many plot points that were missing, and they just kind of jumped from and they didn't achieve anything, the main characters at the end of it. They didn't reach the goal. They didn't win. They didn't become famous. The whole mob storyline was horrible. That I really hated. I think no one liked Mama Trump. I think everyone hated that plot point. That was a really bad plot point. I think everyone hated that. And the brother point also was pointless. I actually liked the brother in the beginning of the anime, and then he became this mother and the journalist thing, and it just didn't make any sense. It was just whatever. So whatever. Yeah, the anime was a failure. The axe producer guy, they were oh my god. And then this the guy that was taken to prison, and it was so on the nose of it's such political anime without actually touching on the political stuff in a good way. It's very much on the brown nose, bip, 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 this is evil, this is good. The most juvenile, shallow vision on political drama. That was Cat Tuesday, second season, second encore, whatever. Oh god, this is last year. Each time I opened a point, I saw Megalobox, and I hated the anime more every time I saw it. Right, and this is the same thing. I didn't hate Cat Tuesday until I saw the list, and now I hate it. Now I hate this anime. Anyway, let's go on. But see, Dororo, I told you guys Dororo. It actually makes sense though. So Dororo, I think is a good ending. So, and I still like Dororo. This could win. This is actually a very good ending. This might be my favorite even in that season for Amarachi. That is a very good ending. I liked the ending a lot more than I liked the opening. I like opening 2 much more than opening 1 though. People seem to like opening 1 more than, but in my opinion opening 2 is better with HQ Federation. But that also might be biased then, because I'm an old man, so I've seen too much Naruto, and I've seen too much Fullmetal Alchemist and so on, right? So I grew up with those anime, so of course, for me, actually I grew up with like Tenchi Muyo and Sailor Moon, but in my teenage years, it was a lot of Asian Kung Fu animation. So I really like the opening too. But ending 1, which is this Sayonara Goku, is ending 1, which is very good ending. So I think that deserves to win probably. Like it's much better than Killua. I don't know. Fire Force in both ending and opening. Ah, man, come on. This is annoying too, right? We have it everywhere. Yeah. I have to say, it feels weird to have Fire Force in these places. It kind of breaks my my progressive scale here, because I mean the opening is just fantastic. So I liked it in the opening part, but otherwise, I mean, Fire Force has one of the weirdest fan service characters ever. So in that sense, I'm surprised that they have Fire Force anywhere, because they should hate it, right? From the from the Oppai standpoint, they should hate it. And like, where's my dumbbell? I guess like, where's my dumbbell? Dumbbell's ending is good too. What if they had Dumbbell's ending here? That would be retarded. That would be freaking amazingly stupid. Because this is a good ending too, you know. It's like, you know, muscle. It's also a good ending, but that would be insane. Oh yeah, so that has to be the Shika. Shika. It's a bad image of it. It should be it should just be like, you know, Love Detective Shika! Should just be the image there. But yeah, this is obviously, if this doesn't win, people are, I don't know, this is wrong with the people out there. It's obviously gonna win. But it should be an image of Shika with here. That would be much better. If it was just, you know, Love Detective Shika, right? That should have been there instead. That would be much better. that would have been, you know, let's get it, Love Detective Shika. That should have been the image, you know. That would have been like, you know, love. This should have been the image. Let me just throw it up here on the stream. Love Shika, I call it. Perfect. I can change this. Dun. Right, that word. I have so much love stuff. Yeah, this should have been, you know, whatever. This should have been it. That would have been. This would have been the anime, right? I have right there. Perfect, it can be up there. If that was the image, it would easily win, because people would know that, oh yeah, it's like Shika. It's like, I feel right now, when it's like Kaguya and President, it's like, is that the Shika ending? You have to think about it. It's obviously called Shika, but I mean, it should be like, you know, Love Detective, and people will just press the button. Everyone will be like, yeah, Shika. Everyone will just press the button and be happy about it, yeah. That would have been okay. So obviously this is the number 1 case, most viral hit, right? And I think the was obvious too. Yeah, this is a pretty good ending for that matter. But I mean, they did censor it for obvious reason, of course. With that, yeah. You know what? I actually really like the Vinland Saga ending. It actually is a really good ending. I think the ending is better than the opening. So this actually the ending list here makes a lot more sense than the opening list. I mean, this is like ridiculous now. It's getting used too much. Is this a Demon Slayer? Yeah, it's just ridiculous. But I mean, you can really see how this is the new Megalon box, right? Current Tuesday, because from Demon Slayer is the most popular anime. Everyone loves Demon Slayer, so they are too afraid, right, to have Demon Slayer everywhere. But no one loves Current Tuesday. I mean, someone does, but like not the popularity. It's not really like a popularity thing, right? Current Tuesday really isn't like that big, right? So it's really like them pushing an agenda, right? Same with Sarah Sanmai. Like, why is Sarah Sanmai also everywhere? Because it's yaoi, right? And again, I don't mind yaoi. Every time I show my Astafolo, like, I don't mind yaoi. It's like, I don't mind my yaoi, okay? I don't mind my yaoi. I love yaoi, okay? It's the best kind of hentai. Well, the best hentai is Foot Narrow and Male. I'll say it again, best hentai. But no, but like, I don't mind yaoi. I like yaoi, but who doesn't like yaoi? I just want to say yaoi a lot now. But no, but Boy You Love You, I like it. But, you know, it's just, this anime isn't that good. Actually, I like the band, the Pegasus. They did, of course, Bunny Senpai's opening. Ooh, Bunny Senpai. Of course, the same band. So I like that band. I actually think it's a good ending. Actually, so it's a good ending. But this is probably, and this is kind of annoying. We see this list, right, because this is probably the best spot for Sarah Sanmai, because it actually has a very strong ending. So I don't actually, I kind of want Sarah Sanmai here. I think that's fine. I think that's like a good point to have it here. It's a very good ending, visualized ending, right? But the problem, of course, is when you have something like completely undeveloped yaoi couple, that is pandering. I mean, I've been over this, of course, but you know what I mean. It's completely pandering, right? This is actually a developed couple at least, and this is like an actual, really developed couple, fantastic couple. Not even that season. Okay, I remember that was actually. You know, think about it. This is massive yaoi pandering, but this Yuri pandering is even more stupid. Again, I'm sorry, I didn't remember this now. This was dumber. Because that was last season. That was season 2. So that's true. This is the wrong season. They're absolute morons. That's true. They're not even the wrong season there. You have to wonder if you ever seen the anime, right? And it feels weird. Because it means like, let's take an anime that has been going on forever. Like One Piece, something like that. Yeah, let's take One Piece. Okay, so One Piece, that's spoiling too much, right? Let's say I had, best fight scene. What was that? Best fight scene. I was over here. Yeah, best fight scene. Of course, it would be in One Piece because it's like an ongoing anime. But let's say best fight scene had like Crocodile versus Luffy. That'd be like, I'm pretty sure it happened like 10 years ago. But I guess it's an anime, That's what I feel. As soon as I see like Historia and Ymir, wasn't that like 2 years ago? And that wasn't even 2 years ago. Wasn't that like 3 years ago? Isn't that 3 years ago we had Historia and Ymir? Because Historia and Ymir, that is season 2. Last year it was season 3 part 2. 2 years ago it was season 3 part 1, right? Wasn't season 2 wasn't that 3 years ago? Wasn't that 17? That's like when I started my channel. Yeah, wasn't that when I started my YouTube channel? I think that roughly, something like that, roughly that time frame, or when I kind of started with doing anime stuff. I think about that time where the Ymir and Historia part was. So that's not even, it's not even 18, it's 17, right? So it's kind of like having, Luffy fighting Crocodile, or like Rob Lucy, or whatever, yeah. Like that's what could be here, or like, Deku fighting, I don't know, Slime Guy. Deku fighting the first enemy in My Academia. That's also this year, right? Or, I don't know, let's say here, that could be a good, best antagonist, Golden Kamuy characters. So yeah, Lieutenant Sumuguri from last year ago, you know what I mean? It's just getting ridiculous. Like, wait a minute, that's not even 2 years ago, that's 3 years ago. Very, very good Crunchyroll, very good judges. So, it really is like, how can we be as inclusive as possible? Let's include a Yuri couple that was 3 years ago. There we go. Now we are very. I feel they are very inclusive. They succeeded with their progressive inclusiveness by throwing in this, Yuri couple that hasn't had any screen time for 3 years. Yeah, it's an interesting take on being inclusive, definitely. But okay, so like I mentioned, this is actually probably the most fitting spot for Sarasamai. The couple thing there is very stupid, but I suppose actually Leo and Mabu is better than Historia and Ymir. And it's not even that good of a couple. Am I the only one? Ymir and Historia isn't even that good of a couple to begin with. It's not even the best couple in that anime. It's like Mikasa and Eren. And I would go so far and say that I prefer Falco and Gabby more than Ymir and Historia. And if you've seen my Attack on Titan review and reaction, you don't want to hate Gabby. No, probably it's not my video, but god damn it, Gabby. Like, Gabby and Falco is a better couple than Ymir and Historia. And I stop and say that, but I want to spoil it for you, but say that is a better coupling, and they are not even a couple, that's my point, right? They're not even a couple, like, they're better dynamic. Jesus Christ, I hate this thing so much. But at the same time, when you say couple, it doesn't have to be romantic, right? That's what I'm thinking too, because I would say that one of the best couples this year was Robihachi. Of course, I know I'm the only person, again, that has seen the anime. No one saw the anime, I know. Like, even like Funimation, like, retweeted me a few times, so I'm the only person that saw that anime. I know, but that was like a pure on, boy love couple. They weren't yaoi, but they were like, alluding yaoi. They were like best bros, best bros for life kind of thing, right? And they also had that, but actually they had boy love in Robert Hashi actually has yaoi. Well, think about it. The anime has a guy that keeps stalking Robbie. Yasusan. Yasusan, he's in love with Robbie actually. So they actually have like a yaoi like a straight up yaoi character. Straight up, you know what I mean? They actually have a character that is a man that's in love with the man anime, and he has like sparkly rainbow hair and so on. And it looks awesome. And Yao style is awesome. They actually have a yaoi character, straight up a yaoi character in Robohachi, and it's about two men traveling the universe together, and they're also getting into different antics. They was fighting each other, and in one episode they have that like, let's draw a line between our spaceship, and they have like a romantic fight and so on. So it's constantly alluding to like a yaoi relationship, and they have much more dynamic back and forth between each other. There's a much better couple than, for example, Lara and Mabu. Am I the only? I mean, sorry. I know I am the only one that saw Robohachi. It's like me and like one other person in the whole universe, probably like the authors or something. I know I'm the only one that liked the anime. The best episode though was the Black Mirror episode when they were at the amusement planet. Would ever have to be happy. That was such a good episode. They get to this planet. And if you aren't happy and smiling, you get like murdered. You have to be happy because it's the happiest planet in the world. So if you aren't happy, they like dispose of you. That was a very good episode. But yeah, that was a great anime. I'm the only one that saw that anime. But anyway, that's a better coupling, for example. Because do a couple need to have romantic, actual romantic stuff, right? And again, also like Restart and Seiya, that's a good couple. Jesus Christ, what a good couple. Nafumi and Rafalia, good couple, and so on. But yeah, I mean it's ridiculous. Well, anyway, let's do like a fast little recap here, before my mind explodes in hatred and so on. So I think again, this for me is a stupid way to do it. They shouldn't have Anime of the Year first. I would have that last probably. Well, I understand have it first because people probably only vote for that and then they give up because they're so angry so they won't go further. People are like, screw this Demon Slayer and they leave. yeah, maybe. But you could argue that that's one thing. And we can also summarize that last year's best preacher was Capcom that did Devil May Cry 5. Those people that were voting from Capcom, they were much better than this year's too, of course. So, the Capcom judges were great. They had the best fights. But it was so funny because, there was no love for, again, like One Piece, Boruto, Black Clover and so on. Those animes had zero screen time, right? Zero opening, no endings, no, characterization, no drama, nothing, right? And then we have the Capcom picks, and then suddenly it's only like the ongoing shonen animes that most people actually watch, that most people actually like. Then it suddenly was the mainstream ongoing animes, but Capcom were deciding. Then it was like, okay, now it's like Boruto, One Piece, and Black Clover again, and Dragon Ball, and Dragon Ball, and of course Academia. Yeah. Then it was the most generic, so to speak, generic and popular animes. They refuse to have here because it's not too cool, right? They want to be a little special, right? Yeah, which is stupid. That's one thing I'll say immediately, right? Again here, before the recap, as predicted before they did this thing, before they did the whole roasting, before we, lost my brain power for this thing. As expected, right? The list is filled with new progressive animes, so to speak, right? And they refuse to have any, like casual popular anime, except Demon Slayer, because it's so incredibly popular, and a little bit My Academia. But they refuse to have any, ongoing big animes like One Piece and so on, right? They refuse to have that. And I won't say that One Piece is the best anime this last year. I don't think it was. But I know I've said Black Clover like 50 times now, but at least from an opening standpoint, Black Clover is easily the best, generally the best. Dumbbell, of course, the best opening altogether, but like from like you have 4 openings in Black Clover, that every opening is fantastic. So pick one at least, right? It's kind of like that. But they never repeat those animes. And I think that the other anime that really got shafted this year was Koshihiro, right? Yeah, Shishou no Yusha, fantastic comedic anime, fantastic voice work. From Aki Toyashi, yeah, fantastic anime, so incredibly funny, and it's a fantastic main character and so on. And it was completely not even mentioned at all. That's probably because he's all like gender equality, right? And they don't like that, right? Of course, Kevin Numichi also has no chance to be this, right? But the Kevin Numichi wasn't as good, so it's kind of like you can live with it. But at the same time, yes, Genso from Kevin Numichi doing his German suplex to Princess, right, will also never be in a Crunchyroll. And that just shows you that how predictable they are. I think that's the biggest thing why people generally don't like them, right? Because you can before you even watch the list, you know they won't have stuff like Genso. They won't have those gender equality characters. There's no chance they will have actual fair characters, and they will give characters like and again, I like Lily. I love Lily in Zombie Sanga, but those kind of characters like Lily will have enormously amount of extra, chance to be in it. Like we see here with all the yaoi stuff, and Sarah Salma is getting so much stuff for no reason. And Carol Tuesday, I guess, in a similar way. And also, Carol Tuesday, they are very Yuri with each other. They're kind of like also alluding to romance, right? So, a little bit Yuri there. Not a Yuri anime, but a little bit alluding at least. So, of course, anyway, let's do the list quickly now then, before my brain explodes and I cry and... My God, they're so horrible. But I feel honestly exhausted. I feel like, my God, what's happening with your... And I know this is going to be like this, but sometimes deep down I still hope for, Wahibiki. I feel that's probably my... It's the same like last year, the opening. I was like, how can it have so bad opening? It's just like... things that... I say this thing. Sometimes when I meet, stupid people in real life, right? Then I'm like... Oh, this person is stupid. This stupid in every regard. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, this stupid. And that's pretty common to have persons that are, they're generally very stupid, right? In every kind of regard. But I am then more perplexed and more confused and so on, right? Where I have like, here's an opening list, and actually, like Fire Force, that's a good opening. Mob Psycho, that's a good opening. So it's like, you have some really good picks here, and then you start to have the best pick, right? And that's harder for me. Maybe I'm too much of a logical, horrible person. I can't understand people that are, managing to do like reasonable picks to some degree. And then at the same time, it's like, but that's a really bad, it doesn't make any sense to me. I think it would make more sense if every pick was horrible. Like, that would always be more logical for me. If every pick was just crap, I'd be like, oh, crap person, okay, crap. But I was like, half is good, half is crap. How do you manage this thing, right? Am I the only one? Whatever. Let's go on. So obviously Demon Slayer wins this thing. Clearly Demon Slayer wins this thing. So the question. Incredibly overrated anime. For them, incredibly overrated. Quickly, I'll say it again, right? Don't watch the anime. I don't think it's worth its time. Because it starts out good and then it fails you. So it's like, Demon Slayer, this is good all the way through. I think it's much better than Cat Tuesday. I mean, I'm gonna say this thing. I don't hate Demon Slayer. I like Demon Slayer. I know it's very extremely popular. But if Demon Slayer beats Karen Tuesday, for example, I'm happy. I would be more upset if this anime wins, but it won't. Come on, it won't win at all. It probably will lose everything, probably. But anyway, Mob Psycho, I could see win it. And this is my personal favorite. Right? Look at my top 10 videos, my best anime. Generally, if you ignore again Karen Tuesday, which is extremely... It's a new Megalobox, If you ignore Karen Tuesday, I think this is pretty fine, actually. I would like to see the Stone here. I would like to see Kaguya-sama here, but replace this with like Kaguya-sama, something that would be much better. Personally, of course, I'd pick Maiden, obviously, like not even a question in my mind. It was the best anime of those animes. Best protagonist, obviously Emma. I think this is a bad pick. He's a little protagonist. Saitama, horrible pick. Gairo he's the actual protagonist. Senku is easily the protagonist, the carrying the anime. Obviously, Tanya will win. I think, from a female perspective, if you have a gender fight here, best female protagonist, clearly Toru Honda. I think she is carrying her anime so much. Her or, again, Hibiki. I have to do Showa Hibiki, but her or Hibiki. Man, this class is freaking huge. It's really massive size things. I'm gonna have it in my ceiling on my bed, But Honda carries her anime a lot. But the Stone, I think Senku is the anime character. He is the character carrying the whole anime. He should win. He should definitely win. He's the worthy winner. Tanya will obviously win, though. Tanya will win, of course. Hikemaru, I think, is a bad pick. And Saitama is probably the worst pick here, though. Especially season 2, with his solid screen time of him. Very bad pick. And here, of course, as I mentioned earlier, I think it's a very good part to make, right? Garou is not an antagonist. He's not the antagonist. He's an evil person that has redeeming qualities. He is the character that you are viewing the world from. I mean, he's the protagonist. He's the protagonist. He is not an antagonist in this anime. Especially if you assume from their perspective that Saitama is the protagonist, right? Then he cannot be the antagonist. Because nothing he does affects the main character whatsoever. The protagonist in their case. The Monster King does a lot more antagonistic stuff than Garou does. So this is them not understanding that a bad character, and I mean bad as evil, doesn't have to be antagonist, right? As I mentioned earlier, you can have a mean evil person being the protagonist as well, right? Not very common, but usually have like an anti-hero, right? Which I prefer even more, an anti-villain. An anti-villain is a character that has actually, is an evil person, yeah, that has not really even redeeming qualities, but they sometimes do good stuff, or maybe not really, yeah. Like they kind of have an actual villain you're following, but not really like a villain all the time. It's kind of like anti-villain. I think this anti-villain usually is a character that is not, hell-bent on world domination, but does bad stuff generally. That's kind of like an anti-villain, right? So for example, Taskmaster in Marvel, he's an anti-villain, while Deadpool's an anti-hero. But Taskmaster doesn't even try to do good stuff. He does good stuff if you pay him the more. Deadpool has like a heart deep down. Yeah, good point. And Overhaul though is a great antagonist. Overhaul is a great antagonist. He's probably could win this thing. I like him actually. But Isabella should win though. I think Isabella is actually a very good antagonist. From this list here, I think she is to win this thing. She's by far the most antagonistic character. Overhaul, I really like Overhaul. I think his voice, is amazing. But as I mentioned, it's too shallow of character, I feel. Angela completely stops being the antagonist in part 2 of the anime. Again, a failure from the anime, and a failure from the judges to not understand that from reviewing this anime. She's clearly shouldn't be in this list. But yeah, it's so much Karen and Tuesday. Of course, Angela is going to be here. I'm surprised we don't have one of Gus as a protagonist, couple protagonists. Why isn't even why aren't Karen and Tuesday the couple list for that matter? Yeah, like why aren't they the couple list? Askeladd, also a very good character. But I think Isabella is actually probably better. I think so, yeah. I think Isabella is probably a better character. But they kind of, they're afraid of having too much, My Academia since 2 years ago. Best Boy, Hikamaru, overrated. Kanata, I think, is a pretty good character. Machio, but Mob. As I mentioned earlier, the Mob episode 1 immediately. The hamster girl, that's the amazing scene. I truly hope that Mob wins this thing. I truly hope that even if Tanjiro is clearly so damn popular, but I hope that Mob Psycho is also very popular, and I really hope that people actually do see that. Like Mob, he is the best boy. He is the best boy. He is the definition of a best boy. I really hope he wins this. He is by far the best boy that year. Much better than Tanjiro. Much better than Hikamaru. He's like another dimension for me. He's not even close to Kanata. I would much rather have it. I would much also. Hikamaru for me is the last pick here. He's just a one-dimensional hatred machine in the end, which doesn't mean he's a bad character, but not a best boy. He stops being a best boy when he's trying to murder everyone. See what I mean? Yeah, that's not best boy. Very weird best boy category for having category. Best girl is of course Shika. Come on, she is the definition of best girl. She's the best girl. Otherwise, I kind of like Yuhaku as well. Nesco is sort of screen time Nesco. I think that's the one thing you have to look at. As I mentioned earlier, I think it's like 6 episodes where she isn't appearing at all for a role. She has actually surprisingly little screen time. If you go back and watch the anime, she actually has very little screen time. The whole spider thing, she's barely in and so on, only for the last android. So kind of weird actually. When you think about it, that is true. I mean, I'm not objectively she has very little screen time. It's kind of weird actually. In that sense. I think she should have more screen time. So, I'm just saying, Raftal is a very good character too, though. But I think, Shika, she is the best girl. Carol, ridiculous decision. I think it's so stupid too. And god damn it, how much I seem to hate them now. But I would say this thing. If I have to pick between Tuesday or Carol, I would pick Tuesday as the best girl, okay? Tuesday is a much better best girl than Carol. So I think already from there, oh my god, it's so interesting, Jesus Christ. I'll be like, I would pick Gus as best girl. I would pick Angela also in best girl. I would have probably Angela as best girl. Like, seriously, Angela is the best girl of this season. That's the best girl of this season of that anime. Maybe even those like the Mermaid Sisters, just like singing that weird song. They are the best girls. No, but I will have Angela over Carol, definitely. But Chica is, of course, the best girl. And, I mean, this is just, pure. Emma, of course, they love Promised Neverland so much, right? It's a good anime, but it also fits all their, check marks. So it's, of course, Emma is there. And then, Raftalia and so on. Raftalia, I guess they should like. And best director is just gonna be, best year anime, right? It's gonna be like, Work Tuesday, Mob, and, it's gonna be the same shit, right? I would pick Mob easily from best direction, or like, actually, best direction. Best animation, of course, Demon Slayer is gonna win this shit. Demon Slayer is gonna win this shit, yeah, Demon Slayer win. But I would pick Demon Slayer too, though, for animation. For animation. But I think that's like the. This is like I feel this is a weird category. Obviously, I think Vinland here is stupid. Like, really stupid. I said again, am I the only one? I like this catchphrase. There's my new catchphrase now. They are used Vikings! I know I made the joke earlier, but I mean, I'm serious. Vinland Saga is like a photo of my family. That is Vinland Sagas. Yes, we might have a little more modern clothing, like this kind of clothing, but like, like seriously, my father even has one of those like old school hat things. Like he goes around like, I don't know, it's like old, he has like a Cossack hat and like another hat that looks like an old Viking hat. He literally walks around like that. So it's like seriously a photo of my dad. That's like Torkel. I mean it's like, it's ridiculous. I mean I'm serious. It's like Vinland Sagas, appearance, visual design and so on. From a visual standpoint, original character design is purely just Vikings. It's like a history book, and I look at the history pages. Okay, can you draw that thing in a history book, and like give it my my uncle's features. Like give my uncle like a an old Viking outfit. Okay, then we done. Then we done. So it's just like for me it's ridiculous. Maybe from a personal standpoint because I read so much Viking comics and books as a kid, but. It's just like, and again, I like Vinland Saga a lot, but you cannot say it has original character design. They're just Vikings. They're just dressed up as Vikings. Because they're Vikings, right? And they're Englishmen. It's just history. It's not original for a second, not from that standpoint. It really isn't. It's ridiculous. And of course, they're so in Sara Sanmai. It's just, at least Sara Sanmai looks different, so at least it fits here, but. This is like one of the characters I could actually give it to Cat Tuesday. But because Gus and his ex-wife looks exactly the same, and when Gus has a flashback photo where he's slim and not fat, he looks exactly like his ex-wife, but she has purple hair and his blonde hair, and I really hated that. That was so stupid. It was so stupid. Like, why do they look like twins? Like, what happened there? That was so bad that I can't pick the anime in good faith. Because that was so stupid. That was just like, why does she look like he? Why does he look like his ex-wife? It doesn't make any sense. It's just so stupid. Jesus Christ. But it was cool though when I had the music video episode, I suppose. But no, I hated that. It was both I hate and loved at the same time. God, no, I can't in good faith take it. I'm gonna go for something crazy like I can live with Sara Salma here. This is crazy weird. So, from a creative standpoint, it definitely is the most creative anime. It's original at least, so yeah, okay, let's go Kasama. Best score. I actually kind of like score, yeah, decent score, and I do actually like the score of Demon Slayer. I think that is probably the best score. And I do also like the score of Shield Hero though. The story is a good score too though, but not on the same level. I can actually go with Demon. I can be a little, conformative here. I can go with Demon Slayer. It's probably gonna win, but I feel it has the best score too. So I feel that the score and the art is the best thing. Yeah, I feel it's fair. Episode 19. Episode 19. But I do think it's the best fight too, probably. I think it lacks the emotional depth to some degree, though, like compared to this fight, like compared to the best fight 2 years ago. But I definitely think Thorfinn Torkelson is the best fight in the anime. I mean, for me, it's either Mob or Demon Slayer. So I think Demon Slayer is better. I do think that. I mean, I'm not afraid of being like everyone else. I'm picking Demon Slayer. Best couple. Oh, this is dumbest. The opening does have one guy musket, but this is the dumbest. Oh, wait, come on. And if this couple doesn't win, the people out there are idiots. Yeah, they has to win. Come on, this is the only really good couple here. There's even a competition because all the couples are pretty. Okay, fine. This is a good couple too. Okay, fine. This has to win. This has to win. The other ones are not even good. Like this is just the most basic coupling ever. It's just like the yaoi. This is a coupling list, but I mean also not that amazing in my opinion. It's okay, but this is just ridiculous. This is just not even that. 3 years ago, 3 years ago they were a bad Yuri couple. Good job, anime. 3 years ago, good job. No, this is obviously the only really competitor for a large margin there. Because even if I really like President and her best boy, that is a part 20% of Arubara, right? Great part, about 20%, while Kaguya-sama is the whole anime. So and Suikoden, but I mean it's the whole premise. So that is by far the best couple. Ara, I guess, is gonna win, of course. Ara, she's gonna win that shit. But I would hope that, I think Isabella does the best. Yeah. I think Isabella really does the best work there. I don't care at all about that. I have no English, what's that thing? I haven't seen English anime in like 20 years. I have no idea. I can't speak English. I don't understand what I'm saying. I just pat my head, yeah. Where's my Season Yusha should easily win this thing, but Kaguya-sama, I guess, then from lack of having the best comedy anime. And I said this in my top 10 video, right, where I think that Kaguya-sama is a better anime in altogether than the Koshiro, but from a purely comedic standpoint, Hero is better, I think. If you just want to laugh a lot, I think it's better. But if you're actually really interested in storyline and characters and so on, this is better, right? So I think they are both really good. But Kaguya-sama has both the writing and the comedy, where, like for example, Quartet also only has the comedy, right? Not really like interesting storyline, it's a comedy. But that is really funny too, though. But it's really funny, and I'm looking forward a lot to season 2 coming on Monday. So subscribe for that, because that is I will laugh. I will cry from laughter as every time, right? Still remember the best scene, of course, when the best scene is easily, of course, when Subaru is carried by Rem, right? And they're running late, and she's like, "Aren't you embarrassed?" And it's like, "No, sorry, it's wrong." No, first they start, they run, and then Kazuma comes running, carried by darkness. And he's like, "Hey man, you ought to be carried by a lady? Nice." And he's like, "Yeah, this is the best, man. Having muscular, lady muscular carrying us. And I don't care at all." And it's like, "Oh man, it's kind of embarrassing." And then they kind of meet up and they become best friends, right? But yeah, that is so awesome. They're both being carried by the girls there, and Kazuma is like, "Yeah, this is the life." I'm just cruising by. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god, I love the anime so much. And I love the scene afterward as they get late to school, right? But Kazuma tries to sneak in while the other ones are talking to them. He's like trying to sneak in across the wall, right? It's such a good episode. Jesus Christ, the anime is so damn funny. And Sasama isn't even a comedy. Jesus Christ, just inclusiveness. Yeah. That's fantasy. Very weird category. It feels like everything is apparently here. And I don't know. Is my Dr. Stone? Why isn't Arubara in drama? I don't understand. I don't know what to do with these categories. I picked Promised Neverland, which I personally like more than Demon Slayer. I think it's actually a lot better than Demon Slayer. Very good writing, and it's one of the top anime this year, so I'm picking that one. And I picked Isabella too early, so I like Promised Neverland. It's a really good anime. Best drama. Yeah, of course. what is that about? Like, stupid as hell. I will go so far, and I will do this thing, to make my point here. This is the best drama. Talking about drama, that's the best drama. Not, arguably a drama, not a drama, a drama, not a drama, not a drama, definitely not a drama, definitely not a drama. But yeah, Mashio is the only thing with Dumble. It's weird, but yeah. Oh god, I hate them so much. Who's the only gay muscle? Who's the only gay muscle? Okay, so obviously talking about it for an hour. I hate. Just like last year, this is the worst category. Actually, I think, you know what? I mean, the biggest mistake, I suppose, is not having Onegai Muscle, which is clearly the best opening this year. Clearly the best opening. I think everyone loves the opening. I know I keep doing that freaking ad populous fallacy, but I think just generally, come on, everyone freaking loves Dumble. It's an opening you can send to a non-anime fan. It's pretty catchy, right? It's like a universally loved song. But, you know, I have to say that, coming back here again, the best opening, if we ignore, there is no Dumble here. I do, and I hate this opening, I suppose. I hate it compared to the other openings. But yeah, if we ignore that shit there, the rest of the openings are actually really good. Like, you know, so it's like, this one I think is the weaker two. And not just opening 2, but there's some other I feel that is so much better and so on. But it's still a good opening. So I feel like, if we, the ending though is much better. The ending, which is later, is much better. The ending now 1 is really strong. So, but anyway, so if you look at like that list, I have to say though, you know, this list here I hate it more. This is a worse list, right? Because this is so retarded. It doesn't make any logical sense. It's season 3, not, you know, it's 3 years ago. Horrible, absurdly, you know, affirmative action, inclusiveness, ridiculous. Same thing here, not the same level, but you know, with the same kind of agenda, right? Only these two are the only couples in the whole thing here that actually have a couple development. Really weird. So that is the worst part. Best couple. That is by far the worst part. And I would argue say that best couple doesn't need to be romantic. So I would take, for example, Robahashi. I would have that much better, for example. But this is probably as bad. No Onegai Muscle. This is a pretty bad opening. But otherwise, the rest is okay. And I would pick easily Mob Psycho then, which I think is probably the second best opening this year after Dumble. I mean, I have to say that I kind of want. I think Inferno is fantastic too, and that season of summer, as I mentioned earlier, Inferno only got beaten by Dumble. So I feel like, you know, yeah, this for me personally is the hardest pick. I have to pick between these two. I think they both are 10 out of 10 openings. I like this opening too a lot, of course. I like this opening a lot. There's like a 9 out of 10 for me. 8, maybe 8.5 out of 9. Little weaker visualization. This is like I think it's better, yeah. So this between these two, this for me is personally the hardest pick here. If I have to, for what I have to pick here from. Obviously, I want to pick Onegai Muscle, but you know, I gotta feel repetitive. I can break a record, but yeah. Let's go with Mob. I think Mob has that. When you watch the Mob opening and the screen kind of fits a bit, and you see the cat in the shadow, that go crazy, like that part, that, you know, you're not in for a good time, right? I think that is the best opening. Oh god, okay, Mob Psycho, that is the best shit. Okay, Mob Psycho. Ending is hard too, though. I feel actually the ending here is like the decent list. Obviously, this is getting ridiculous. When you get to this point, right, you feel like, oh, you really like Carol on Tuesday. Please explain to me why. Like, you really feel like, oh, so you only saw the first 12 episodes, right, of Carol on Tuesday. Haven't they, like, translate the other 12? You have to, I always feel that wondering, you know. I'm gonna say this thing is one of my last remarks here of this beautiful live stream here. I would say that I genuinely wonder, because I know that a lot of judges on this part and also on, you know, the Oscars, right? They rarely actually watch, you know, every anime or every stuff and so on, right? Like, there was an Oscar thing where that year that, you know, freaking, you know, Boss Baby got nominated, and they interviewed some guy that was a judge for that. He was like, I haven't seen any of the nomination, but I asked my granddaughter. I was like, what? You didn't even see the movies, right? You know how the Oscars are joked, right? And with Crunchyroll here, obviously, these judges haven't watched the animes. Not all of the animes. I mean, I can bet you, you know, I bet you money, I bet you my life almost, I bet you everything, that I have probably seen more animes than any of the judges. because I have no life, right? And if you have no life, you have power. No, but I can watch a lot of animes, right, from my channel, but also when I work, I can watch anime, at my work and so on, and play games and so on, right? On work hours sometimes, because for inspiration, and I go over different scenes and I compare different openings, for example. Like when I work some trailers in my life. I think my favorite trailer is still the one I did for Call of Duty, which I actually really like. I think it was a great trailer. And for Black Ops 2. So when I worked on Black Ops 2, for example, for that trailer, then I really liked it. And personally, I think it was a great trailer. When I worked on that trailer, I also looked at anime openings and all the game trailers, right? And I was like, that's a cool scene. Can we get the incorporated? Can we get this thing in? Can we have this character showing he's like afraid? Can we have so I like that part, right? And I like showing my coworkers, like, look at this in here. Can we have that part in, right? And like last year when I was designing like these characters for a game, for example, we had a character based on Vash, right? Because I love Trigon, and I wrote the lore. So I was like, yeah, his twin brothers one, yeah. I was like, look at this Vash character. I want to have this thing, and I want to have this thing from. Let's see, he was inspired by like Vash. He was inspired by Vash, and he was inspired by who more? Star-Lord and so on. So I was like, look at this Star-Lord frame here. I want this thing and so on, right? So from that notion too, right? I also have a work where I can sometimes literally spend time watching both anime, but also play games and so on to compare, and instruct people to, this is interesting. Can we have that thing? Can we take that helmet but make it red instead of this thing and so on? Yeah. So I get to see a lot of anime, and when I work, I also listen to anime openings, right? Because I'm a freaking otaku, so I listen to anime openings. I have 3 screens, right? And one screen only has like anime openings going all the time, right? But I keep working to annoy people too when they walk past me, so they can see my anime openings scrolling by, right? Because I like to know people. So I do it to be annoying too, right? So I genuinely believe that I've probably seen much more animes than most of them, definitely. And that's why I can say stuff like, Robot Hachi, that's a pretty good anime, for sure, right? And when I watched this with Carol on Tuesday, why I stopped here with Carol Tuesday, and I know that's my last remark, I genuinely wonder then, because I would make this argument, that I think that a lot of people, they have like 40 years of that, right? And some of them are like anime channels or whatever, right? Some of them are obviously idiots. Fight me, as I said, they can freaking comment, they can debate me. I know I'm gonna crush them in the debate, as I'm a very good debater, so yeah, let's go, I'm a master debater, let's go, right? But I will genuinely think this is true, and I really mean that I think that when it comes to Carol on Tuesday, in particular, then, could it be, and this is my case here, right? Could it be, obviously here my case here, that they only saw the first few episodes, right? I mean, either they were crazy, because it's like kind of like a little Yuri, and it's a little bit, girl and female main character with music and so on. But I also kind of wonder that maybe they literally, and I really mean that. I mean, obviously, some of the judges clearly didn't see most anime here. They really didn't. That I'm sure on. But even the ones that saw Carol on Tuesday, maybe they only saw the first episode, right? It was like, oh, it's a Netflix show, and they saw like the first 5 episodes. I think that is a truth for men. I mean, obviously, that is true for some of these parts, right? Some of these people that did this list, of course, they didn't see all the animes, and of course, they didn't finish all the animes. That's probably one of the reasons why there is a little bit of, no One Piece, no Black Clover, and so on, no, those animes, because they don't want to have time to watch the ongoing animes. Kind of like when you have, the bad video game reviewers that don't even play the game, play the first hour, like a 4-hour game, you don't actually play the whole game, right? It's pretty common, right? Actually, my latest game, most of the reviewers just took photos from the tutorial. You could see there was tutorial photos because there was some specific UI elements only in the tutorial, and this is a multiplayer PvP game only, and they didn't even have played the game literally. And I stand by saying that most of the reviewers probably didn't play one actual game against another player. They just played the tutorial and then they did a review of that. They didn't even test to play the game in a multiplayer, in a game that is purely multiplayer. You see. You heard the sounds, but that's how it looked. We look at the reviews because they only had the tutorial images. So this is absolutely true, and I must back it up. This is absolutely true, and this is for most of the reviewers for this. So and as a developer, you easily see it, right? Because you can see the build number, you can see the UI elements, you can see some stuff that that well, that screenshot here, it's like 5 of that unit that can't exist. That only is a tutorial. In the actual multiplayer game, you can only have 4 of those. So that in the tutorial, there are several, obvious traits that I, as a developer, can see that is not an actual, PvP game, because obviously these things can't happen on multiplayer. So that's very common. Unfortunately, and I really mean it. So I have evidence for that if anyone cares. But yeah, it's very easy to prove actually. You just look at the reviews, but. Because I wonder if they're just incredible inclusive progression. Oh my god, musical female main characters, Watanabe. Oh my god, it's the best thing ever. Yeah, Jesus Christ, it's better than Demon Slayer. New Megalith box. I wonder if that's a thing, and it probably is a thing. But also, I genuinely, I'm wondering if it's not also a case then that many of the reviewers, and I'm calling them out then, only watched the first few episodes of this anime. They only saw like the first four episodes, which I also really liked. And then it started really failing after half of it, right? In my opinion, I think in most opinions. But yeah, so is that a thing here? Am I the only one who thinks that? I mean, I'm throwing it out there, right? I think that's a reasonable question to have. Could it be that most of them actually only saw like the first 4 episodes? The best episodes, because it starts at the top right and you just go down the anime, and that I think everyone agrees on. This is the whole characteristic. Like it starts 10 out of 10, and then it just slowly shrinks, and then it kind of goes like 8 out of 10, and then it kind of plummets at the end. I think it goes like that, it goes like this, a little slow, and then like that, right? So I think that's a reasonable question to have, right? Maybe they only saw the first 3 episodes. Some of them surely only saw the first 5 here, the first 3 there. Probably didn't see Fire Force. No one probably saw Fire Force. Come on. No one probably saw Dumbbell because it's like, oh my god, sexy female characters. You can't see that. Okay, obviously it's just a mean thing. But yeah, I'll leave this a last remark. I think that's an interesting idea to have in your head, right? Because honestly, that would make some logical sense to me, right? That most of them only saw the beginning of Current Tuesday, and then didn't see how it actually ended or how it actually went, down here. Of course, someone is gonna leave a comment after this now, say I'm a complete moron, and actually it was the best anime ever in history. But I think that most people actually do agree on the consensus. There's a lot of plot threads. The word really handled very well. A lot of not explained plot. A lot of for example, the whole mystery box thing. That yes, I guess there was a crazy girl, but at the same time, it wasn't actually really explained, and she never returned, even though she was like, "I will get revenge!" So and it never happened. There was so many and the robot that stole money, and then he could just take the money back. You would think, but he didn't. And the love storylines that wasn't going anywhere, and the absurdly on the nose Yale thing, it was really stupid. And the father storyline that really didn't go anywhere either. Oh my god, this is the anime has so many threads. It didn't really. There's so many loose threads everywhere at the end of it, and I would assume that a lot of people didn't actually see it through, right? They didn't actually watch the probably. That could be a reason why. But yeah, obviously the best ending is Chica. Yeah, love Chica! Oh, amazing opening, fantastic. And we're gonna have, next season we have season 2, right, for Guya-sama. So subscribe for that. Obviously I'm gonna watch Guya-sama. It's the freaking best thing ever. And I think that the production company is well aware how viral hit, right, the virality of Chica Dance was. So they will definitely bring in some new dance, I think for sure, because they have to be really stupid like Crunchyroll to not know how big that dance was. Obviously they saw a lot of extra volumes and Blu-ray and so on based on that dance alone. So they probably very well know that, and they're probably gonna bring in a new, maybe a Kaguya dance and a Chica dance, and I and a sister in Motorshan Dance, can't remember the name now, Shika? What's her name again? The sister to Shigana, whatever. You know what I mean? The sword thing, yeah. So she's probably gonna bring in a dance too, right? I can see it happening. That makes sense to me. They are a very good production company. They're doing good stuff. They know what they're doing. But otherwise, I will say the ending here, if you ignore this team, because it just feels so incredibly forced, right? Very forced. And also all the Sarasama stuff, very forced. It's one of those non-consensual stuff, yeah. Otherwise, it's a good ending too. But yeah, this ending is fantastic ending, really. And also, fantastic ending. I feel that all the endings, it's a good endings too. It's a good ending, but I don't think it's at the level of the other endings. Fire Force. This is like a 10 out of 10 ending. It's like 8 out of 10. It's like 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. These are all like 10 out of 10. These 3 and this one, but that's like 8 out of 10. This is like a. I do actually like the ending though. I said earlier. This is like a 9 out of 10 ending, but I think this is the best category for characters. Right? This is the best category. This is the category where they could win, and I wouldn't be like, that's stupid. But like, oh, they could win, yeah. This is the category I could see them winning, and it could be like, it's fine. Even though I think these endings here are much better. But still, it's like a good, and 9 out of 10 ending, I'll say. But yeah. That's the Crunchyroll roast. I felt they went from the full-on energy into the full-on depression mode. As always at Crunchyroll, right? As always when you have to deal with these people, you go from this full-on energy fight mode, that is like, oh my god, this just makes no sense. But also, the more you go down the list, the more depressed, the more, the more you want to burn down the world, right? The more futility of mankind is shown, and you feel like, god damn it, am I the only person with actual brain in the world? You kind of feel like the Joker, right? His list is like, I just want to burn shit down, yeah. You kind of start feeling that, insanity is increasing and increasing when you see it. Then you get into the opening, where you know that you're going to have the bad opening list as always. And it's like, you know what? There's no dumbbell. No, but I mean, this is... But I think, again, there is... the reason why most people don't like them, right, is because it's so predictable, right? You could... I did a thumbnail, and this is true. You could think I'm faking it, but probably not, because I'm spending a lot of time here, right? I did the thumbnail, like last year, before I watched the list. And in the thumbnail, I assumed that it's going to be a huge amount of Demon Slayer. It was. It's going to be Carol Tuesday. It was. It was gonna be no, respect for dumbbell, like no Only Guy, no Hibiki Basker, and so on. It wasn't. There's gonna be no Blackclover opening again. It wasn't, right? It was gonna be no Kaguya, in the sense that she wasn't gonna be there, the best girl. And I was expecting that too. And it was gonna be what more to have in the thumbnail. Arabara was gonna be, of course, Anime of the Year and so on. Yeah. So I mean. I did forget to put ME. I was thinking about it, but I couldn't really fit in space for it. And also, there was, of course, no Restarte. I had that Restarte. If you look at my thumbnail, it's a Restarte behind Demon Slayer photos. I put that Restarte in the background because I was thinking that they are gonna hate Hero. It's just, they will never love a gender equality hero. So, that's why I thought that. They're not gonna have gender equality hero, right? Him or Genso. Or even not Nafumi either, because Nafumi, the shield hero controversy, yeah. So they have Raftalia there, but they're not gonna have, Nafumi as best boy or best protagonist in the same way, right? So it's so predictable. I think that's the problem. That's the biggest problem why people dislike them now. Because if someone is very, very predictable, basically they have a mantra that you have this. They are so obviously having their agenda. So even before you look at the list, they're gonna have Kara Tuesday and Arbaro. For example, purely from and Sasama, I guess, yeah, purely from a political agenda perspective, right? And that tells you that you are not reviewing these animes on an actual, quality list. You're reviewing them on a weighted list, right? You have these different values, and it's yaoi. Oh, that's how the 10 is better, right? You have the kind of list of yaoi and Yuri, for example, being so much more worth, right, than other plot points. So, for example, you have, Dr. Stone, well-written anime. Then you have Sarasanmai, plot, it's like, yaoi, it's much better. You know what I mean, right? So it's kind of like that, and that's ridiculous. It's like an absurd viewpoint where it's kind of the whole, it's kind of what we see, right? People are not judging people on what the action, on the merit, right? They judge people on, well, I guess, orientation, right? Yeah, and it's just like, but shouldn't you judge people based on who they are and what they actually stand for? And with an anime, what the anime actually is, an anime shouldn't be judged on how much yaoi is in it, right? It should be judged on how good it is, yeah, right? And I say that from a person that only reads yaoi hentai every night. No, but it's like I mentioned in the beginning, I really love Arabaro. It's my number one anime. You can check out my top 10 video. I did my top 10 video last week. Check it out, right? And in that video, spoilers, I talk a lot about how Arabaro highly ranked, right? Number one, because of that is the anime I want, right? When I have an anime with great female characters, with like character development and so on, I want an anime like Arabaro, right? I don't want an anime which is horribly written, like really bad writing, like Citrus. That's a good example. Citrus is trash anime, but it's a lot of Yuri, right? So Citrus, I mean, you wonder why wasn't Citrus in the last year, because Citrus is, well, I guess it's too trash, I guess, for them, but you know what I mean. The Sarasanma yaoi is basically in the same level of Citrus, if not even worse, honestly, in the trashy level, right? And it's kind of like that, right? Should Citrus be best anime of the year because it has so many Yuri moments? No. I mean, we have like Bloom Into You, an actual good Yuri anime, right? Compare those two animes, right? One is amazing anime, Yuri anime. The other one's like a really trashy, Yuri anime. And obviously, they're very, very different, right? The context should be what matters, not the actual topic, right? But here they clearly show again that every year they're very predictable, because they're always going to take those animes that are progressive and inclusive, right? I mean, they even included freaking Emi and Historia from 3 years ago. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that I'm like 99% sure that wasn't that like 3 years ago they had a screen together, because last year was, as I mentioned, just part 2, and in part 1 they also didn't have any Historia and email scenes, less maybe flashbacks, but not actually in the content, because I'm 100% sure she leaves at season 2. So that's 3 years ago. Really strange, right? Really strange. It just shows you that they used, a Yuri couple. It happened 3 years ago. It might have like Bloom Into You or something. It might have had another anime. It might have another anime like Citrus. At least that was like last year. Yeah, it's just a very weird. That's the most the couple thing. That is the worst genre they have this year. And it's just such an obvious, absurd, basing it on inclusiveness. Basing it on the orientation instead of the actual quality of the couple, of the comedy, of the drama, of the relationship, of the character development, of the romance. For example, Domestic no Kanyo wasn't there, right? And Domestic no Kanyo has some great couple links, right? With, of course, both, Ryu and Hina. So, for example, right? Or several of the different horror animes. Or like Yoro and Pansy, also a great couple and so on. So there's several other couples that are much more developed, much more interesting, much better written than basically all of 4 of those couple lists. That was the worst list by far. Really bad. Really, really bad. Anyway, that's the list, guys. Now then, I'm gonna take a break, and I'll see you guys in about 6-7 hours with the course My Hero Academia. We're gonna have the overhaul team, but also subscribe for that. We're gonna have a course, the overhaul fight, and on Sunday we're back to that keeps the hands, which I liked it a lot. And of course, Iska Quartet back on Monday, right? Which is gonna be really awesome. We're gonna have Shield Hero and so on. So I'm really happy about that. And here see today, we did of course Haiku back today. And I even did so I say it again here, because I write it a lot. Reiku, right? Scientist, the lover of science. Very good anime. I loved it. It was kind of like Kaguya-sama meets Motokoi. Very, very entertaining. I watched that earlier today, 3 episodes. Very good. Fan. And Kazuma doing his best friend, the scientist guy. I love that. Kazuma and 2D girls. Awesome. She's not interested, but yeah, I think all the animes. Oh yeah, also last, let's do Runaway. That's the two. Good anime too, yeah. The Runway Model, also a good anime about, you know, a girl wants to be a run model and her friend wants to be a fashion designer. I like it too. I like those anime, okay? See? I like the yaoi stuff. I like the inclusive stuff. But I watched an anime like Runaway, and I'm like, this is a good anime. It's an anime about a girl and a guy wants to be a fashion designer. It's relatable. It's some character development. They're fighting some struggles. Like, that's a good anime. But and I mean, a clear, typical progressive view. Runway Smile on the Runway is clearly very progressive, right? It's clearly very yaoi, so to speak, you know, in a way, right? He look kind of like a typical yaoi fab guy, right? But that was good. Like, can't you have good stuff? Like, you know, that's what I want. I want good stuff. Oh my god, I want this, like, you know, bleh. And again, I don't hate Sarah Sanmai, but I really actually don't like the relationship between Mabu and Ryu. If anything, it's very abusive. Man, I probably definitely got demonetized now, but yeah, if anything, that's a really bad captain because it's very, you know, the Kanyo, yeah, it's very, actually, if you've seen Samai, their relationship is very bad, actually. It's like, you know, he's like a robot, and it's like a very bad couple. So if I would say that thing too here, as the last point, then it's a horrible couple. Not only is it's only there because it's yaoi. If you actually look at the anime, that couple is actually really bad. He's being netto-reared, and it's actually a horrible couple. So, if anything, it's actually pretty crap. I wouldn't say it's a good couple at all. It's like a bad couple. It's like a horrible, sad couple. So, if I think about it. So, I feel like they, you know, someone told them, oh, this is like a yaoi couple. Oh, yaoi, yeah, put it in here. Without actually, you know, viewing the anime. If you view the anime, you're gonna see that actually is a very horrible couple from many standpoints, and actually isn't good at all, and also not very developed and so on. It's and you have the same dance every episode, but yeah, that's it, guys. And of course, in the end, Demon Slayer is gonna win everything. So see you guys, have a good day, and Skype is alright. And of course, in about 3 weeks from now, we're doing the Yay or Nay stuff. We're gonna do a live stream talking about every anime to be airing this season, and, you know, comparing them and saying what should be, you know, like the episode 1 to 3 review of every anime coming up in a while then. So